Howdy, howdy. Yeah, I already got started a little bit. We got Josh going on here, reading Sitchin's. In today's book 6.
The unseen.
Whoa, there you are, Josh.
Let me just throw this in. Every time you're around the dinner table at Christmas or something, you have to say amen. Just make sure you say I'm in raw at the end. And if your relatives ask you questions about it, just say, taking the monotheistic sun god from the, old dynasties of Egypt. Where it comes from. The unseen for Marduk, absenting himself from Egypt, selected Babylon and Mesopotamia to be his eternal city. Both Marduk and Nabu survived the nuclear maelstrom unharmed, although Nabu was personally targeted by Nergal. He apparently hid on one of the Mediterranean islands and escaped harm. Oh, did he dump the got there a mechanism there when he was there too? That's interesting. It would be in the Mediterranean. That's where we found that at. You know, the clockwork meshing gear mechanism that accurately tracks the movements of the stars 1,000 years before we had any kind of gears like that. Found off the coast of Crete in the Mediterranean. Subsequent texts indicate that he was given his own cult center in Mesopotamia called Borsippa, a new city situated near his father's Babylon, but he continued to roam and be worshipped in his favorite lands of the West. His veneration both there and in Mesopotamia is attested to by sacred places named in his honor, such as Mount Nebo near the Jordan River, where Moses later died, and the theophoric royal names such as Nabu-Pul-Assar, Nebuchadnezzar, and many others. Nebuchadnezzar, that's where that comes from. By which famous kings of Babylon were called, and his name, as we have noted, became synonymous with prophet and prophecy throughout the ancient Near East. Marduk himself, it will be recalled, was asking until when from his command post in Haran when the fateful event took place. In his autobiographical text, the Marduk prophecy, he envisioned the coming of a messianic time when gods and men will recognize his supremacy, when peace shall replace war, and abundance will banish
because
suffering.
We all worship
the
him.
King of his choice will make Babylon the foremost.
Fucking go.
With the Asagil temple, as its name meant, raising its head to heaven. A king in Babylon will arise. In my city Babylon, in its midst, my temple to heaven he will raise.
Do well there.
The mountain-like Asagil will renew.
Fucking flat
the ground plan is heaven and earth. For the mountain-like Asagil he will draw. The gate of heaven will be opened. The Stargate. In my city, Babylon, a king will arise. In abundance he will reside. My head he will grasp. He will lead me in processions to my city and my temple Asagil. For eternity I shall enter. The new Tower of Babel, however, was not intended, as the first one was, as a launch tower. His supremacy, Marduk recognized, was now stemming not only from the possession of a physical space connection, or a Stargate, but from the signs of heaven, the zodiacal celestial time, from the position and movement of the celestial bodies.
No, I got marijuana to
smoke, too. The stars and planets
of heaven. I got a whole bunch
of
of points done already.
Accordingly, he envisioned the future of Asagil as the reigning astronomical observatory, making redundant networks in Inu and the very Stonehenge is erected by Thoth. When the Asagil was eventually built, it was a ziggurat erected according to detailed and precise plans.
Yeah, they have. They have. Yeah, he's right on our ass. We keep filling up and just blowing out, filling up and blowing out. He's just like interacting. All these sons are doing all their stupid shit that they do and getting excited. And here we are. Oh. That high-pitched whine, that's my regulator complaining. I was eating up so much oxygen, I actually frosted it up. on the titanium diaphragm, so it's got crystals in there keeping it from closing. That tank was hot too. Oh yeah, it is. It's close enough, anyways. To 420, we'll call it that. And if somebody lets us know, we'll catch up on it again later. Promise you that. I still ain't taking no meds, but I gotta tell you, my back's a little bit better than it was yesterday. A little bit. I actually got me some sleep this afternoon. I rolled my tank. Oh my god! Got my tank in the trunk of my car. Got it out of the trunk of my car. Got it back in the trunk of my car. Got it back out of the trunk of my car. Rolled it back up here because I gotta go. I gotta put it in there and fucking bring it back and all that shit. So I laid down after that, and I put my junk up under my belly. I laid kind of like did a little crouch thing, put my head on a pillow like that, and had my ass up in there. Looked like Zeke with my gag on. I fell to fucking sleep, man. All the pressure was off of my back. I woke up so stiff I couldn't move. I was like, oh fuck, now I'm stuck. But it helped relieve some of that pain once I finally started moving again. It is. Oh my god, man. It's been a few days of absolute torture. It's still going on very much so. But I'm at least I'm able to stand up without freaking out and sit down pretty good. My back's trying to lock up on me though. Still. I want to get some shit done because I'm getting my collar tomorrow. So I want to have want to have some more hand pipes done so I can get some of that cheap shit done. Yeah, CH, that's hi Nicholas. That's what happens to me periodically. It's my left leg this time. Most of the time it's my right leg. But yeah, it's hit me on the left side this time. It gets me on both sides, but when it hits me on this side, it I don't know, man. It's like a sledgehammer driving a spike. You know, if you've had it, you had that disc slip because that's my degenerative disc, right? Located right here. Ow. It's right here on my hip. And I've got another one that's bothering me because of this one right here, right above it. It's a herniated disc. Ah! So yeah, I got a bad pinch in my butt right now. You can't wait to get older. Woo! You know, it's not necessarily getting older. It's look out and watch very carefully for fucking women driving cars. They're dangerous. That's all I got to say. At stoplights, stop signs, parked on the side of the road, parked in a fucking truck stop, whatever. Just be careful. They're gonna fucking hit you. I've been sitting around, fucking buses driving by and shit. Just I was sitting around getting my RV. One day I was sitting there smoking a fucking joint and I brought my arm up to take a fucking hit. Some bitch hit me 35 mile an hour, drove her little car up under my fucking back wheels, blew shit all over Van Nuys Boulevard. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my God. That one hurt my shoulder and my guy in canals, all that good stuff. Just be careful. That's all. Getting older ain't so bad if you don't get hit so much, take so many hard falls. I don't mean to bust on y'all ladies, but I mean, honest to God, you know, the only guy that's ever actually really hit me meant to hit me. It was the hardest I've ever been hit in my life, too. I gotta fall back on the didn't fucking hurt. Motherfucker blew my truck into pieces. And I just sat there in a little bubble. I was like, the fuck? It made me a little stiff, you know, but I mean, like, it wasn't nothing like some of them injuring accidents I've had at 35 miles an hour. I was sitting in a, might as well have been a Brinks fucking truck. Lady hits me with a little tiny fucking 35 mile an hour. Fucked my day up for like 3 years. Nah, man, this guy come out with the biggest fucking thing. I'm in my little dinky dinky. He hit me at 65, folded that motherfucker in half, blew my bat, everything everywhere. Walked out of it talking about, fuck you, man. The fuck? I was ready to fight. I walked home that day. Well, halfway home from the hospital. They took me to the hospital. I was nobody could believe I was alive. I got out of the truck real quick. I come back to the truck. I was looking out at my fucking bed. The bed of my truck was out in the field. And I knew my tools, my jack, everything was out there. And there was people in the field. And I knew they was looking for my shit. And I started yelling at them. It was like, fuck, dude, what? The fucking accident. I was like, this is my fucking truck, man. It's my fucking tools. They were like, we were looking for you. They wasn't looking for my tools. They thought I was dead. It was a good day. It was a good day. I lived. I shook the hand of the guy who tried to kill me, scared the fuck out of him. And then he and the truck owner disappeared forever. I've never, the insurance company ain't never heard back from them ever. $100 and some $1,000 3-day old fucking truck bought in the last known location I was ends up 3 days later in my door, 3 states away. Not by the owner either, by somebody unknown. Unknown driver. Can't find him. Can't find the owner to make the fucking payment to the thing. I was like, At that point in time, after talking to the insurance company, I started piecing together somebody tried to kill my ass. And they disappeared these two. That's a 6-digit truck, 3 days old. And they can't find the owner. The driver wasn't the owner. The driver wasn't the owner. And they can't find him either. Well, that's about the time I stopped taking the bullshit and started getting loud and figuring out how to fucking talk to a lot of people. Those Yeah, roughly about 3 years ago. That was before I was reading hieroglyphs too. Now that I'm reading hieroglyphs, I can't say as how anybody wants me dead right now. Now, I hold secrets the 33rd degrees don't have. So do you, actually, if you follow my instructions. Makes you pretty valuable. Makes all of us pretty fucking dangerous. Keep spreading the news. The more that know. This is where Tesla and Albert and all them other people fucked up. They went to JP Morgan, somebody with money, and said, "Here, let's fucking do this." Fuck that. I'm giving it to everybody. You not only have free energy, you have free mobility. You know how to make a tractor engine with fucking magnets. You don't never need fuel. You have fuel independence and your own biological heritage, most importantly. See, now the problem for them is, Nicholas, I know why I survived that accident. And I know no matter what they try, nothing's going to come any kind of harm to me. So I'm just going to sit here and keep being the loudspeaker that mama wants me to be and not worry the fuck about anything. CH. You know, generally, who drives? We have a lot more practice in general. Now, I know there's some women out there that can drive better than I can. Mama, for one. I don't know for who two, but Mama's a good driver. She's good. She ain't hit the moon once. All I can say, she ain't hit that motherfucker one time. In reverse or forward. Bitch is badass. You see her hit the gas. She's on. Uh, but I myself, look, man, once a week I take a 300 and some mile trip in general, sometimes twice a week. It's 12 hours, yeah, about 8.5, 9 behind the wheel. Heavy fucking traffic all the way through the Springs, Denver, fucking Pueblo. I ain't got no dents on my car. I'll be driving down the road, see a Lexus cruising in fucking LA one day. We was coming up the 405. Fucking this fucking guy, he comes up, he hits a puddle. Typical Californian. I can say that I'm a Californian. I'm not a typical Californian because I drove in all kinds of shit. I'm doing 70 mile an hour in slush, 3 foot fucking tall, as long as I got a front wheel drive. This motherfucking idiot hits himself a mud puddle, starts to hydroplane, and I watch him. His front wheels go like this. Beep. I hit my brakes. That motherfucker came over to the other side of the puddle and said, poof, right into the fucking guardrail, man, right in front of my ass. But you know what I mean? What's up, cat? How you doing? You gotta watch them motherfuckers that are driving around you to keep them dents off of your fucking car. They gotta get me parked generally. You know, we're blindsided. Fucking blindside my ass. You got me. What's up, Buckeye? You just stalking? Or watch yourself. Yeah, look, I got some videos over there that still wrinkle my toes, man. I look at them, I'm like, damn, man, how can people not be seeing this? 'Cause I'm not remaking. I'm not going to remake them. They're there, and they're good. It's just nobody's looking at some of them. I swear to God, some of the best videos or best information I've got, there's like 300 views on them. What can I do? What can I say? There's more people going back through. I see that I've stopped downloading on that page. We'll see. I don't know. I can't force people to do it. I'm just amazed because I mean, come on, that's how 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 many people have I seen wanting to know these things in my life? There you go. The movie's coming out. It's the best way to do it, Nicholas. Fucking do it with your hands and be the busiest bee, the best bee, the most fucking diverse bee you can be. To the border checking needles. That's always a fun spot. What's up? Have I seen who? The state of no. I can't say as how I have. Hi, Lloyd. I have no idea what you're referring to. Oh, mm, interesting. Uh, I, I don't even I don't even know the fucking name of the one I deciphered. I'm sure there's some Egyptologist sitting around wanting to just punch me. What can I say? Oh man, fuck college, dude. I know. Hey, look. I know so many people, including myself, that went to fucking college don't use their fucking degree. I got construction, a blueprinting degree, and an electronics technician, electronics degree, associates. I don't use any one of those. I blow glass. Now, I don't have a degree there on paper, but I did get my learnings from the Philadelphia School of the Arts and this guy named Gordon that I was helping at their facility for a year and a half, 2 years. But I could go down the line with everybody I know that has a damn college degree. They don't do what they went to fucking college for. Some of them are disabled because they went into fucking managing uh like fast food fucking restaurants and fucking got injured. That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, the more you know about, the better you are, and the better you can. I mean, the more you can do with your hands. Obviously, the more valuable you are because there's an awful lot of fucking people that just kind of stand around and give you a blank look when you talk about change your tire or some shit. Yeah, I've made several tinctures. Well, how long you had it in there? Yeah, trade school's cool. College is overrated. Now, in this situation with my kid, as soon as he's done with his high school credits, he can begin accruing free college credits at the local college until the end of the year. I'm game. I ain't got to pay for it. It's fucking paid for by the state because he's still technically a high school student. Now, I'm wondering, and I've asked, and the question hasn't been answered yet, if that will continue through until he's 18. I don't know. I don't think so. I usually just throw the fucking bud in there and let it soak and drink it. I can't help myself. You can call me a heathen all you want. That's just the way I do it. Ah, give it a month. It ain't gonna rot in your Everclear. I just like doing it natural. That's all. Myself, I let it just soak. Like I said, I just fucking shove it in there in a little airplane bottle. It's it's good shit. It changes the flavor at least, and fucking mellows it out a little bit and mellows me out, mellows my back out. That's all really matters to me. The shot's gonna knock me out. I don't drink. If it's a powerful tincture, I'm fucked. Yeah, I keep telling y'all you need to move to Colorado if you're looking for decent wage and cheap living. Because I'm living out here in the middle of nowhere. You can find yourself a minimum wage job. It's $12 a fucking hour out here. I don't have a minimum wage job, although sometimes I'm thinking about it. Depends on how well sales go here during this COVID outbreak. Hell, I might actually go get my fucking disability on. I was pronounced, uh, well, I was pronounced 90% overall disabled. But they categorized me throughout all kinds of different parts of my body that got beat up. Well, see, Nicholas, that's where you need to watch some more videos and stop being so worried. Try not to worry so much. Teach your children right. They have magnets. Excuse me while I block a fucking porn hustler. Fucking porn hustlers hit my videos and make comments all the time. That's how I've felt all my life, Neil. I'm 52 now, though, and you see me the last. Well, I don't know if you've seen me the last few days, but you can go back and look at the video. I ain't been doing too well. And I have this periodically. It's nothing new, but it lasts longer every time it happens now. And I think that's because I haven't had time to rest. If I had time to rest, it wouldn't last so long, and I'd be better off. But I want to make rent on time next month. Just all there is to it. And I see myself falling behind if I don't bust out this weekend because I don't know how sales are going to go. They didn't go as well as I had hoped last week, but that was my fault. I should have just made the pawns to that chess set because these little guys, they're just too small for the board that was made. Way too fucking small. I was like, oh well. You still sleepy? Good morning. I got a secret for you. There's this stuff they sell called coffee. You put it in the percolation device, and that shit brings you wakey juice. You put a little chocolate. Look, here's my favorite part about this time of year because you can go at damn near any store and get you some fucking Swiss Miss for $1. You got marshmallows, and you pour it in there, and then you got chocolatey marshmallow fucking coffee at any time of the day or night. Yeah, COVID's making it rough to make ends meet of late. Yeah, no, I find that is a difficult position for me to hold too. You know, that was my one of my main problems with uh working at fast food restaurants out here a couple years ago or last year, whenever I did it there a couple years ago. Again. I was like, oh my God, there's a bunch of fucking apes in here. I can't do this. I didn't give a fuck. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I was making good money part time. Just fucking part time, clearing like $300 a week. Every 2 weeks, I was fucking 20, 30 hours a week. It was cushy. But it was eating into my glass blowing too. Because by the time I got home, I was tired as fuck. I was sore as hell. I smelled like fucking grease. And I had to put up with some general population of too much. That's something I've always stayed away from. General population. Me and general population just fucking do not mix. I had this one guy ready to fight me because I spoke a full sentence. I think I'm, I'm not. I'm still not quite sure what the fuck his problem was that day. But yeah, he fucking lost his nut. All right, dude. I don't think you understood what I just said, but okay. Yeah. Well, I'm expecting some high fuckery myself here pretty soon. I was trying to tell old boy about some of this shit we had discovered and how it was helping kids. He's look, this guy, he's an ex gangster. He's married and he's got kids. But he's got the gun on his fucking one side of his cheek and the fucking ordnance on the other side of his cheek. That kind of guy, right? So we're talking about this shit. And I'm all like, well, it's helping kids. He's like, yeah, well, we're all in the same boat. We're all going to die someday. And I was like, just imagine yourself as a parent, and I have some information that might help you with your kids. I feel like I'd like to know that, if somebody had some, and he started fucking screaming at me, I want to be the daddy. Fuck you. I'm the fucking daddy. I make the fucking decisions. I'm like, I threw in the towel. I was like, look at this motherfucker. He's all red in the face. I'm just fucking. Apparently, he thought I wanted to take control of his kids or some shit. I don't know what the fuck was going through his head, but I wasn't sticking around to fucking argue about it. Not at that point. He just went slap fucking ready to fight. I looked out and said, man, this is fucking bullshit. I said, you know what? You need the job more than I do. I'm just going to go on out of here and accept that you a fucking uneducated fucking ape and I got to get the fuck away from you. Everybody was mad. I said it in front of everybody. Everybody was like fucking mad at me. Man, you give a fuck. I went through there for breakfast the other day. His wife gave me the fucking cold stare. I didn't tell nobody who I was. I called it in. I was like, I want some biscuits and gravy. They didn't know who I was till I showed up with the money in my hand. I had my box, so I knew they didn't spit in it. Went home and enjoyed my biscuits and gravy. Fuck you, Carl's Jr. No, I still don't. I really don't. I think he, honest to God, had it in his head that I was trying to tell him to do something with his kid. And was like, none of it had anything to do with him. I didn't even know he had fucking pointy headed kids at that point. Man, I didn't give a fuck. Anyway, like I said, I spoke in a full sentence around a person not used to it, and you kind of freaked out. I don't do well in general public. Yeah, it, yeah. I was in there telling him I was gonna go in that day and put in my 2 week notice. And he was asking me why I was going to quit because I'd always said this is a cushy fucking job. Everybody's running around complaining about how hard it was. Honest to God, I thought it was a cushy job. The hardest part was dealing with everybody else in there. And I just made the best of it. And then that shit happened. And I was like, I told him, I said, look, man, I said, my time's better spent elsewhere. I said, I'm getting feedback. This is when I was first doing all this shit back in the day. A couple years ago, I was like, this shit I'm figuring out is helping people. And this right after that fucking guy had tried to kill me and shit. And I found out that this is right along that same time. And I was like, I need to concentrate on other shit right now and helping kids. And he's like, well, we're all on the same boat. And I was like, well, look, man, trying to help parents fucking help their kids. This is, bottled water. I said, I've been dealing with this new thing that is helping autistic kids talk to their parents. So I just imagine somebody got some information that can help you with your kids, and he started screaming at me like, "Oh fuck!" I don't want to help you or your kids, dude. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck, man. He started. I'll be the dad. I'm going to make the decision. I'm like, yeah, okay, good, but I guess you don't want the fucking information to be able to have the choice to use it or not. Is I mean, he just really it never even developed into a full conversation at all, and it went fucking off the hook real fast, and I helped it. Once it left their house, fucking uneducated fucking ape. You need this job. I don't. And like I said, everybody got mad at me then because I was politically incorrect. Well, he's a Hispanic minority, and I'm calling him an uneducated ape. I was going on his fucking actions and his fucking face tattoos. He's a fucking uneducated ape. I stand by them words. You got fired the next day. That's what I ended up. Like I said, I walked out. Like fuck it. Here's my apron, bitches. I kind of sealed the deal before they could fire me. I ain't gonna fight for a fucking job with some fucking thug. I'd end up fucking. He wasn't militarily trained. I'll tell you that. He's big, fat, and slow. and I was feeling good that day. I needed to walk the fuck up out of there before I got myself in trouble. Was what I needed to do. Anyway, self-employment. It's a way to go for people like myself. I do the same thing in group chats a lot. You may notice. Except usually it's me going off. Yeah, they don't like people standing up for their men. With us short folks. I know better. You're closer to my balls. I won't fuck with no short guy. He come up from under, I'm done. Fucking short guy fights like I do, I'm fucked. There ain't no stopping it. Nice, CH. Short people are quick. My brother's a good 6 inches taller than I am. Good 100 pounds bigger than I am. Well, like I said, his adopted brother. I'm the adopted one. Anyway, he's slow. He's never even given me a fucking sweat. Whoop his ass. Yeah, kind of. Kind of like that. The big guy goes to move and fucking he takes 15 blows. Dow. It's like, fuck. Don't let him get a hold of you though. Now, I personally, I like to grapple a hold of somebody. I don't like to punch. I don't like to kick a whole lot. It hurts my body parts. If I can pin you down and start removing body parts, you'll never want to see my fucking shadow again. They gave you 15 extra bucks to shut the fuck up. I'd have took it. I'd have asked, said, wait a minute, is that all you think your company's worth? It's about going to be my initial lawyer down payment to own your fucking company. Say add another zero to that one. They had to go back 10 fucking years. Yeah, dude. I'd say you had them dead to rights. We'll make some twisted donut holes tonight. I might make a couple of corkscrew COVID pipes too. I got 4 potential twisters in there now. Yeah. You're almost to temperature. Check my bricks. Yeah, they're getting warm. If I get all them done tonight, I'm doing something. It's already 11 o'clock. Ain't getting them all of them done tonight. I might get these 4 done. Fuck, it was a full day getting that tank in and out of my car. I'm getting old. I'm gonna have to teach my kid how to do that shit. I don't want him to fuck up my car. It's a fucking car I'm putting in a fucking 287 fucking CFM fucking tank. Caddy corner in the trunk, man. It barely fucking fits. I've been doing it for fucking 2 years and this thing ain't fucking even scratched the rubber in my seal or nothing, man. I know I get my kid doing that shit, rip the seal right off my fucking trunk. I'll be upset. I'm gonna have to teach him how to do it though. Dad's getting too old. He's a big boy too. Hell, he got that shit for. He's gonna be bigger than I am. He's already at least as big as I am. Legs are all hairy. He's got hair on his lip. How the fuck does that happen? God, that kind of snuck up on me. Nobody warned me about that. Kids grow up. What? Juicy, juicy. Hot and juicy. 2 hours ago, we had a 5.5. Got all the plots all excited. Normal bell ringing device. Eastwalk. Here you go. Must be inducing. Oh yeah. Where's my cum bubble song? Damn. That's some crunch. Motherfucking Captain Crunch, baby. That shit. That's the way we like it. I googled, I googled jingle fucking bells, and I come up with like a fucking 1,000 cool jingle fucking bell songs. I googled tiny fucking bubbles. I came up with Don Ho and that porno song, and I was like, well, why not? They do grow up quick, man. Fuck. What happened? I'm talking like 16 years, just fucking gone, dude. All of a sudden, this little kid, I was like, and he had shit climbing up his back. It was green and stinky, defying gravity shit, all the way up his back. I'm like, and now he's 16. Fuck. Yeah, that was quick. Really fucking quick. Almost wish you could do it again, right? It was fun. Have a good night, Nicholas. Bless you too. Keep that magnet going. Your 37-year-old son told you about curfew, huh? I'm waiting for him to start telling me I got to stay inside at night. I'll be out there on the sidewalk doing jumping jacks. Fuck y'all, mother. Curfew. I'll walk to the liquor store just to fucking do it, even if they're closed. That's what I'm saying, CH. You got to have a neighborhood walk at whatever curfew hour. Everybody just get out and fucking do it. "10:01, I'll be out on the sidewalk, letting everybody know I was out on the sidewalk, counting my fucking For something that's got a 0.01 fucking death rate, it's pretty incredible we've allowed them to push it this far. This thing has less of a fucking kill rate than normal flu. And they're spiking the numbers. This is fucking pathetic. Nice. Nice. Rebel, man. Fuck the dumb shit. It ain't gotta be nothing about violent. It's just fucking non-compliant. Everybody needs to do it. Needs to become the new normal. Non-complacency with the fucking bullshit. Do we live in a free country? Obviously not. We're free to fear our government. Is that the way we want to live? I can't sit for it. I have issues with that big time. I'm not going to fucking let the government tell me I got to stay in my house at night. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I can't go to the fucking... I don't even go nowhere. But I will find somewhere to fucking go. I really don't. I don't go anywhere. I got a baby up here to raise, but I swear to God, man, they start throwing a curfew on me, I will find somewhere to fucking be other than my house. It's fucked up. I like the 1:30 a.m. shit. That's good stuff. All right. Let's make a couple of these things. We'll take another smoke break a little bit. Do some Zach going on.
Its height, the spacing of the 7 stages, and its orientation were such that its head pointed directly to the star Iku, the lead star of the constellation of the Ram circa 1960 BCE. The nuclear apocalypse and its unintended consequences brought to an abrupt end the debate regarding whose zodiacal age it was. Celestial time was now Marduk's time, but the god's planet Nibiru was still orbiting and clocking divine time, and Marduk's attention shifted to that. As his prophecy text made clear, he now envisioned astronomer priests scanning the sky from the ziggurat stages for the rightful planet of his savior. Omen knowers put to service shall then ascend in its midst. Left and right, on opposite sides, they shall separately stand. The king will then approach the rightful Kakaboo of the Esagil over the land he will observe. A star religion was born. The god Marduk became a star. A star, we call it a planet. Nibiru became Marduk. So see, they were calling, what they referred to as stars in the text were actually planets. I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes from people. I've had that question from people a lot. Nibiru became Marduk. Religion became astronomy. Astronomy became astrology. In conformity with the new star religion, the epic of creation, the Enuma Elish, was revised in its Babylonian version so as to grant Marduk a celestial dimension. He did not just come from Nibiru, he was Nibiru. Written in Babylonian, the dialectic of Akkadian, the Semitic mother language, it equated Marduk with Nibiru, the home planet of the Anunnaki, and gave the name Marduk to the great star planet that had come from the deep space to avenge both the celestial Ea and the one on Earth. So see, this is explaining that out. People ask me, why do you refer to them as planets? You know, this is what they're telling you. It thus made Marduk the Lord in heaven as on earth. His destiny in the heavens, his orbit, was the greatest of all the celestial gods, the other planets. Paralleling that, he was destined to be the greatest of the Anunnaki gods on earth. The revised epic of creation was read publicly on the fourth night of the New Year festival. It credited Marduk with the defeat of the monster, Tiamat, in the celestial battle and the creation of Earth. That's right, because the planet Tiamat was destroyed. And supposedly that's where all the water on Earth came from. Tiamat was a water planet. And in fact, when seen from Earth, it appeared as if, it was in Star Wars,
yes.
It's like on Tatooine.
The Earth existed
supposedly that's what it looked like
before Tiamat was destroyed. And they changed the Enuma list a few times. And in some of them, they have...
And they destroyed it. All the water
the Marduk one, they have
flood happened. And
Tiamat, the other half makes Earth, and that's not the way the original one states it.
And others broke up and became the asteroid belt.
The original
waters above the firmament.
Right there.
In the book of Genesis, folks. Read the book of Genesis. It says the waters above the firmament. That's what they're talking about. The waters rushing down to Earth above the firmament in the asteroid belt.
Yeah. We were on the planet, the same sun as
all the feats that in the original Sumerian version were attributed to the planet Nibiru as part of a sophisticated scientific cosmology. The new version credited Marduk even with the artful fashioning of man, with devising the calendar, and with the selection of Babylon to be the navel of Earth. So this guy, he just went ahead and just set himself up to credit for everything, even though there were many other Anunnakis and stuff like that were involved in it.
Yep.
It's interesting. Well, this Marduk Ra character, I mean, this is the guy where all monotheism comes from. I mean, it's just a classic example. These guys just took turns setting themselves up as God.
Yes.
The New Year festival
and hiding us from ourselves by doing that.
The Nisan, coinciding with the spring equinox. Calling it in Babylon the Akidi festival, it evolved there to a 12-day-long celebration from the Sumerian 10-day Akidi on Earth bring life festival.
They hid the truth from us by doing exactly that.
Sumerian Burning Man, that was a hoot. It was conducted according to an elaborately defined ceremonies and pre-described rituals that reenacted in Sumer the tale of Nibiru and the coming of the Anunnaki to Earth, as well as in Babylon, the life story of Marduk. It included episodes from the Pyramid Wars, when he was sentenced to die in a sealed tomb, his resurrection. This stuff is great, man. I mean, that's all that George Lucas and all these clowns, all just genius minds of sci-fi. Bullshit. These genius minds of sci-fi didn't do anything but go read old fucking Sumerian texts. They figured nobody ever, noticed. And put that stuff in there. That's why why do you think it is that people view Star Wars as a religion? Because there's so much real stuff in it that's taken from religious texts and ancient teachings and Sumerian texts and all that. That's why it's Star Wars, and most people don't even know, because it operates on a subconscious level. That's why as kids we were all drawn to it, because it's working on these levels with archetypes and myths and religions and teachings and stuff from the Sumerian. It's operating on these things, and we have such a genetic history. A genetic memory of these things that they resonate with us subconsciously when we see them. That's why sci-fi, that's why there's such things, that's why people who are into sci-fi, that's why they're nerds. Because it seems to be that the people that are, a little bit inherently different from everybody else always gravitate towards that. That's why. So, yes, fellow sci-fi nerds, as I am, I'm not as big a nerd as some are, but I'm a nerd nonetheless. Now you're not. Now you're not just a freak, dude. There's a reason why you like that. The reason why you like this shit's not your fault. It's in our genetic memory. These fuckers are exploiting it. And we're giving them billions of dollars. George Lucas is a billionaire, and all he did was take a bunch of stuff that was in ancient texts and ancient teachings, and create a mythology around it. The Pyramid Wars. I love that. Kind of like the Clone Wars, doesn't it? When he was finished to die in the field of sin, his resurrection when he was brought out alive. That sounds familiar. You have never heard that story before, have you? And his resurrection when he was brought out of it alive is Exile to become the unseen and his final victorious return. Processions, comings and goings, appearances and disappearances, even passing plays, with actors visually and digitally converted martyrs to the people as a suffering God. Suffering on earth is finally victorious by giving his supremacy to a heavenly counterpart. They cooked up everything from modern religion and everything for the one God, all creator from Marduk.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Nah, unbelievable.
Story was also so similar.
Yeah, you ever read about Marty? Oh yeah, that's right. You've read about Marty.
Marduk is the prototype of Jesus.
You little bit, Marty. He's always whining about something.
Yeah, there you go. So this guy just took the credit for doing everything. And we took all the whole worldwide infrastructure off it. Congratulations, we'll see you. But you know what? It's okay to admit that you didn't have it. It's okay to admit that you didn't get it. And it's okay to move on and say, you know what? I'm not going to let those guys get one over on me anymore. I'm not going to be fooled by that girl. And dust yourself off, put yourself off, and keep on moving on and trucking on for information and not pushing out. They're going to get there, they're not going to stop it, and they'll get it out every day. The ceremony consisted of two parts. The first involved a solitary boat ride by Marduk across the river to a structure called Akaki, the house of Ephesians. The other took place within the city itself. It is evident that the solitary part symbolized Marduk's celestial travel from the home planet, outer location in space to the inner solar system. The jury would vote upon Marduk. In conformity with the concept that interplanetary space is a intermediate watery deep to be traversed by celestial boats, spacecraft, a concept represented graphically in Egyptian art, where the celestial gods were depicted as coursing in the skies in celestial boats. Well, that's an original of the celestial boats. That's another thing. I've been looking at some of these depictions of tunnel systems that go underneath the pyramids in Giza and underneath the Sphinx and go all the way into inner Earth and come out in the middle of this huge, gigantic ocean inside of the inner Earth. And so a lot of people have believed those boats to be spaceships or be symbolic, but some of my research has shown me that those boats actually may have actually been, because they found some that were actually full size that they built, the Egyptians built. And so it may not be that those were, those ships were spaceships as that are thinking they're actual ships that went through these supposed tunnels and these tunnel systems that went into the Earth. The Marduk successful was the outer and only bit Akati that the public festivities began. Those public and joyous ceremonies started with the greeting of Marduk at the wharf by other gods and his accompaniment by the king and priests in a sacred procession, attended by ever larger growing crowds. The description of the procession and its route were so detailed that they guided the archaeologists who excavated ancient Babylon. From the text inscribed on clay tablets and from the unearthed topography of the city, it emerged that there were 7 stations at which the sacred procession made stops for prescribed rituals. The stations bore both Sumerian and Anunnaki within the solar system, from Pluto to Earth, the 7th planet, and in Babylon, the stations in Marduk's life story, his divine birth in the pure place, how his birthright and his entitlement to supremacy was denied, how he was sentenced to death, how he was buried alive in the Great Pyramid, how he was rescued and resurrected, how he was banished and went into exile, and how in the end even the great gods and Enlil bowed to destiny and proclaimed him supreme. The original Sumerian epic of creation extended over 6 tablets, paralleled by the biblical 6 days of creation. In the Bible, God rested on the 7th day, using it to review his handiwork. The Babylonian revision of the epic culminated with the addition of a 7th tablet that was entirely devoted to the glorification of Marduk, by the granting to him of 50 names, an act that symbolized the assumption of him of the rank of 50, that was until then Enlil's, into which Ninurta had been in line. Starting with his traditional name, Marduk, son of the pure place, the names alternating between Sumerian and Akkadian granted him epithets that range from the creator of all to the Lord who fashioned heaven and earth, and other titles relating to the celestial battle with Tiamat and the creation of the earth. That's the whole problem with religion, folks. Careful you're not worshiping some alien who tried to set himself up as a god just because he happened to have more technology than you. Other titles relating to the celestial battle with Tiamat and the creation of the earth and the moon, foremost of all the gods, a lotter of tasks to the evil. That's the that's the same as the Hindu gods. The Hindu gods had the same thing. There's it's one of the buildings. I think it might be the Trammell Crow building downtown Dallas. In the Rockefeller building, they've got a big Eastern art exhibit. They have like the 50 names of Shiva, the 50 names of one of the Hindu, that's what that 50 names. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's all global.
So that's interesting. You see that correlation there. I don't see Mr. putting that out here. I think that'd be important because you need to point out that these Hindu guys are 50 years as well. Other names included a lotter of tasks to the Agigi and to the Anunnaki and their commander, the god who maintains life, the god who revives the dead. Well, that's interesting. He had the power, because they have the power to revive the dead. The Lord of all the lands, the God whose decisions and benevolence sustain mankind, the people he has fashioned, the stiller of cultivation, he causes rains to enrich the crops, allocates fields and heaps abundance for gods and people alike. Finally, he was given the name Revealer. He shall hold the crossing of heaven to earth. Now, I find that interesting there, that 50 because if that's true, and what we already have already talked about last night is true, then these individuals like Marduk taking on the names of these planets, he has both a celestial counterpart and an earthly counterpart.
Yeah!
They're called Marduk, Ra. Right. He who shall hold the cross of the healer. So Marduk
and the free hole in the bowl.
Ra is the healer. He shall hold the cross of heaven and earth. If he who controls the Stargate. Now, isn't that interesting with that movie, Stargate? That's exactly what it is. Ra is trying to control the Stargate. But we've been running around, not we, I've never been able to do it, but people have been running around, worried about this planet, the destroyer, and meanwhile it's actually the guy who all, one God world religion came from. The monotheistic system of religion came from this guy.
Yep.
He's the one that controls the Stargate.
His family.
So that means that if,
his bloodline. Marduk's dead.
The Nibiru is supposed to return soon. That doesn't mean that this planet's going to come near us and going to destroy Earth. It means that this guy who set himself up as, ruler once.
His grandson.
May very well open the Stargate and come through and set himself up as the all divine supreme ruler yet again. And boy, that would be fitting because that would fit right in line with the status quo of today. He's probably very happy with how the world's being ran.
Yeah, they're still here.
Well, that's interesting. That changes everything, doesn't it? That really does. It kind of changes the perspective of it. So does that mean that all these people have been thinking that Nibiru is a planet and going to come back and destroy us have actually been misinterpreting that?
It's a whole fucking
That's
system.
perpetrated.
Oh my God.
To not look at the fact that
this guy's fit.
This extraterrestrial alien who set himself up as a god that
he watches too much sci-fi or something. I don't fucking know, man. Too much Stargate.
We're still in the age of Marduk, aren't we? But his ass is gone and he's going to come back or something. Well, that's interesting. Wow. That'd be perfect. That's probably what they'll do with Project Blue Beam. That'd be perfect for them.
He fucking
he come back and set himself up as the monotheistic king, and boom, there you go, one more religion, everything. Yeah, that'd probably be great. And the bloodlines would still be, oh yeah, well, we're the bloodlines go back to Marduk here, so we're still running the ship. Oh, this is wonderful. So we're gonna have to somebody needs to get Kirk Douglas. Not Kirk Douglas. Is that his name? Kirk Douglas? Yeah, Kirk Douglas. And get him on the phone and tell him when he just get Snake Plissken up here immediately. Tell him we're going to need his skill to fight off Armin Ra when he comes back to set himself up. The cockaboo, which in the skies is brilliant, he who the watery deep systems with courses, let crossing be his name. May he uphold the courses of the stars in heaven, of the stars in heaven. May he shepherd the heavenly gods as sheep. With the title 50, the great gods proclaimed him. He whose name is 50, the gods made supreme. The long text states in conclusion. When the night-long reading of the seven tablets was completed, it probably was dawn by then.
Yeah.
The priest who conducted the ritual service made the following prescribed pronouncements. Let the 50 names be kept in mind. Let the wise and knowing discuss them. Let the Father recite them to his Son. Let the ears of shepherds and herdsmen be opened. Let them rejoice in Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, whose order is firm, whose command is unalterable. The utterance of his mouth no god can change. When Marduk appeared at the sight of the people, he was dressed in magnificent vestments that put to shame the simple wool garments of the older gods of Samir and Akit. Though Marduk was an unseen god in Egypt, his veneration and acceptance there took hold rather quickly. A hymn to Ra Amun that glorified the god by a variety of names and emulation of the Akkadian 50 names called him the Lord of the gods. We behold him in the midst of the horizon, a celestial God who made the entire earth, as well as God on earth, who created mankind and made the beasts, who created the fruit tree, made herbage, and gave life to cattle. A God for whom the sixth day is celebrated. The snippets of similarities to the Mesopotamian and the biblical creation tales are clear. According to these expressions of faith on earth, in Egypt, Ra Marduk was an unseen god because his main abode was elsewhere. One longing actually referred to Babylon as a place where the gods are in jubilation for his victory. Scholars, though, assume reference is not to the Mesopotamian Babylon, but to a town by that name in Egypt. Yeah, right. In the heavens, he was unseen because he was far away in heaven. Because he went to the rear of the horizon to the height of heaven. Yeah. So this guy's, he's either jumping back and forth through the Stargate or he's jumping back and forth through the spaceship. That's why he's unseen. But he was, notice how they said he was only unseen in Egypt. He was in his abode was elsewhere.
He was.
So he's
he was
probably
in
traveling
Peru being the winged serpent. Dumbass, you've already read that part.
That's why he was supreme, because he got to rule the Stargate. I mean, it says right there, he was far away in heaven because he went to the rear of the horizon to the height of heaven. Egypt's reigning symbol, a winged disc, is usually flanked by serpents and is commonly explained as a disc, sun disc, because Ra was the sun, but in fact, it was the ancient world's ubiquitous symbol of Nibiru, and Nibiru that has become a distant, unseen star. No, see right there, essentially just directly, right there, 2 seconds after he talks about Marduk being a person, he contradicts himself. He contradicts you right there.
He,
I think you're not
oh,
part of that.
he took on God. God, just read.
He wasn't representing the Guru. It was representing Marduk, because that's exactly why you had the winged scarab beetles in Egypt. Same thing. There's on the Egyptian inscription that represents what we were talking about the other night, the Egyptian inscription what was the King Darius. Same thing there. King Darius is represented on the Egyptian inscription by a winged disc. Because Ra Marduk was physically absent from Egypt, it was in Egypt that the star religion was expressed in its clearest form. There, a 10, the star of millions of years representing Ra Marduk in its celestial aspect, became unseen because it was far
during
away
the
in heaven.
18th dynasty, yes.
Because it had gone to the rear of the horizon. Oh, is that what this is? Oh, see,
he had gone to Peru.
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
So, oh man, that makes total sense. That's why they talk about in the
and that's
Quran,
why we got
about
totems of him
Allah
in
coming from
Peru.
Syria, or being the ruler of Syria. And that's the same thing it says here. It says that
he's not in Syria, he's in Peru.
Ra Marduk was absent from Egypt. It was in Egypt that his star religion was expressed in its clearest form. So he was jumping back and forth, just like in the movie Stargate, where they show they have like a representation of the stars, and they show where their rover that they send into it.
Just read, Josh. You're fucking so far off target, it's not even funny.
So these guys would travel through the Stargate, back and forth to these other realms on these other planets, and then they would set up their temples to point in those directions and to tell people that was the heavens, not letting them on to this technology, this thing that they're using to do that.
No.
Oh my God, I can't believe I never saw it that way. That's exactly what it says.
No, it's not.
People who believe that was part of their job.
They already told you he went to fucking Peru 3 times.
But it wasn't godly, it was just technology. So they would jump back and forth between these two locations and, come back to the story, come back to Earth where they were gods and go back and forth and have another life somewhere else. And then when people would ask where they're from, they'd say, I'm from this location over here. I'm the Lord of Syria. Going to the fiery furnace.
Why does he always want to include Sirius in this? It is so fucking stupid.
The transition to modern age
nowhere does it mention fucking Sirius. Anywhere.
First, southern Mesopotamia, the western lands that were in the path of the poisonous wind had to recover from its impact. The calamity that befell Syria, if you recall, was not the nuclear explosion per se, but the ensuing radioactive wind. The cities were emptied of the residents and livestock, but were physically unburied. The water contained the flowing two great rivers soon collected that. The storm absorbed the radioactive phases, and that no longer took longer to recover, but that too until the time that it was possible that the people would slowly repopulate and inhabit the desert land.
I mean, they hit.
So we're going to stop right there for
fucking
wow. I've seen all the pieces, all the evidence of that. And all
this guy is sitting here reaching for the fucking stars.
That's what these.
What the fuck is wrong with
That's how they were able to do it.
He's the one that read that to us.
And that's what I believe that these
He's been watching too much Hollywood.
Planets actually coincided. It's almost as if each one of these stargates were tuned and created for each.
It's almost as if you're a fuck star, Josh. I don't know.
But each one of them was tuned to a certain planet or a certain star system or wherever else. It was individual to person.
You're not with it today, are you, Josh?
If so-and-so was going to go through one, they would go through one that would go to, say, Mars or Venus or another planet or another star system. So they became the rulers over that, and that's why they pointed people in the direction of the stars, because those things would be around from where they inhabit. That's fascinating stuff, man. That makes all of this. When you get over this idea of religion, when you start to understand that, the lies that being part of that and the government, part of that and the current religion, this is This lie that the host of the body preach past today is a lie that was set up long before the modern man was ready. Our whole culture, our whole society is absolutely based on the belief in God of the people that created it. And, you know, I mean, it's hard to argue in that situation that they aren't God. You know, because what do you say? You know? I don't know, man. It's fascinating stuff. The first reported administrative ruler in the Democratic South was the ex-governor of Marine, a city way northwest on the same visit. We learned that he was not of Sumerian seed. His name in TV era was in fact a Semitic name. He established his influence in the city of 16. The mayor oversaw the efforts to resurrect
California style chillum.
The process was slow.
Side hole for draw.
Times chaotic.
Top pack.
His efforts at rehabilitation were continued by several successors, also bearing Semitic names, the so-called dynasty of the Sin. Altogether, it took them close to a century to revive Sumer's economic center, and ultimately Nippur, the land's traditional religious heart. But by then, that city at a time process managing the challenges from other local communities, and this while Sumer remained fragmented in a broken land. Even Babylon itself, though outside the evil wind's direct path into the revived and repopulated country that has rise to the imperial size and status, but it did not attain the grandeur of Marduk's prophecy for quite some time. More than a century had to pass until a former dynasty, called by scholars the first dynasty of Babylon, was installed on its throne circa 1900 BCE. Then another century had to pass until a king who lived up to the prophesied greatness sat on Babylon's throne. His name was Hammurabi. He is mostly known for the code of laws proclaimed by him. The laws recorded on a stone stela that archaeologists have discovered and is now in the Louvre in Paris. It still took some 2 centuries before Marduk's prophetic vision regarding Babylon could come true. The major evidence from the post-calamity time, some scholars refer to the period following the demise of Ur as a dark age in Mesopotamian history, suggests that Marduk let the other gods, even his adversaries, take care of the recovery and repopulation of their own old occult centers. But it's doubtful
look like
that
mine.
they took up his invitation.
But you hold them like that.
Started by Ishibi era.
And you hit it
but there was no mention
out
of
the side.
sin and
That's why I call it the COVID pipe. You don't actually touch the pipe to hit it because it bowls up here. You just hit it like
garrisoning unlike troops from Elam and
pass it. It's popular.
There's no record that
Very
he
popular.
spouse Val ever returned to their beloved Lagash. The efforts by Ishibi era and its successors to restore the culture
California style
culminated after the passage of 72
Oh
years.
shit! What up, Greg? How you doing, buddy?
Resumed residence there. Where had they gone? One avenue of exploring that intriguing subject was to ascertain what Marduk himself, now supreme and claiming to be the giver of commands to all the Anunnaki, had planned for them. Well, we talked about that last time.
Glad to see you're doing all right, Greg.
That's why they built these temples and these things directed towards certain different alignments. We see some towards Sirius, we see some towards Canis Major, we see some towards Cygnus, and the Cygnus system. So, you know, that's kind of been one of the things for me, is that yes, we do see a lot of things all over the planet lined up in different locations, but some of them are located to different ones.
Greg here, I think, is the oldest friend I have in the online world.
Their temples towards the location. What they were pointing to, jump point. And,
I just can't seem to shake the fucker.
One location where the starting was on Earth, and then the other location where the was on somewhere else.
He watched all my videos.
Followers believe.
He watched me act like a fool every day.
You know, that was origin. That's why you had Allah being the Lord of Sirius. This guy came through a
I punched him in the eyeball, elbowed him in the lip more than once.
The textual and other
He's
evidence
still fucking here. Look at him.
not in polytheism.
Hi, TK.
Religious belief in many gods. On the contrary, its supremacy required continued polytheism. The supreme over other gods. The existence of other gods was necessary. That's why, put no other gods before me, all that stuff in the Bible. Okay, well, what other gods? So,
fucking back's cramping.
That was a big,
after just two of them fucking things. We'll make two more at least.
Who are these other gods?
I want to make another 4 or 5 maybe
for you
tonight.
And what do they have to offer, good or bad, if you require my undying servitude? You're going to give me your
I'll have my collar tomorrow. I'm not even turning on the kiln until I get it.
Worship these other gods.
Because I know it's coming.
Well, can we have an interview process here, please? I'd like to interview these other gods individually, including yourself here, Mr. Christ. We just like to get this all formal and nice here, make sure we get all the particulars taken care of. I just like to interview each one of these gods individually. Find out what each one has to offer, what kind of package are we offering. Sell yourself. Really get into it. If you my undying servitude worship, that doesn't come easy or cheap. And I'm a pretty picky bastard. I require some perks. So let's get in here and talk about these other gods first before you start telling me you want me to disavow them, because I might be missing out on a good deal here. These other gods
might be.
They be providing a lot more than what we're getting out of Eddie. You see what I mean here? The best man wins. Let's be democratic about this, and we'll line up these gods one by one, bring them in here, do a little test. And you never know. I may decide I want to put this guy over here.
A little bit of Bubba butter.
Doesn't make you less of a person.
Bubba Kush.
A lot of other people who are going to worship you, join your cult, and it'll be all good. Don't take offense at me just because I feel this God over
lay
here
it right on top of my marijuana.
To even speak their case. We get to go and find them.
Just like a booger. Oh shit! It's falling off.
There's no other gods before me.
Can't let your booger fall off.
Let's see. We haven't even had a chance to see what these other gods have to offer yet before we make that promise. That's a little unfair. He was satisfied to let them be as long as their prerogatives were subject to his control. A Babylonian tablet recorded in its undamaged portion the following list of divine attributes that were henceforth vested in Marduk. Ninurta is Marduk of the hoe. Nergal is Marduk of the attack. Zababa is Marduk of the combat. Enlil is Marduk of lordship and counsel. Sin is Marduk, the illuminator of the night. Shamash is Marduk of justice. Adad is Marduk of rains. The other gods remained, their attributes remained, but they now held attributes of Marduk.
I like this company's wax or butter anyway.
They let their worship be continued.
It's good stuff. It's not real sticky
south,
to your fingers or anything.
Era, i.e. of Nergal, confirms this tolerant
Smash is nice as long as you don't fucking manipulate it too hard. It doesn't stick to you very well.
Babylon, prisoners enrolled in cages, one may say. In his autobiographical prophecies, Marduk clearly indicated his intentions in regard to the other gods, including his adversaries. They were to come and reside next to him in Babylon's sacred precincts, sanctuaries or pavilions for sin.
My dungeon's invaded by spiders. I just killed one, so I'm a little paranoid. I can't. I walked up maybe 20 minutes to the stairs, but fucking it was a little fly. Fucking it was hanging right about there, man. I walked up and said, "Bah!" So I'm looking for Mama.
A prophesied great king in time would sit on its throne, but to its priest-filled sacred precincts,
I don't want to see Mama.
Did not fly. That manifestation of the new religion did not come about. Looking at the Hammurabi Stela, recording his law.
Hey, did Shep have a show today, Kat?
From none other than Utu, Shamash, the very one, according to the above quoted list, whose prerogatives as god of justice now belong to Marduk. The preamble inscribed on the Stela
on my belly.
The one whose lordship and counsel will presumably take
I would
over
have slept through it.
as the gods to whom Marduk was beholden for his status. Lofty Anu, lord of the gods, who from heaven to earth came, and Enlil, lord of heaven and earth, who determined the land destinies. Determined for Marduk,
No,
the
he
first
didn't,
lord of Enki, the Enlil functions over all mankind. These acknowledgments of the
Is he okay?
of Enlil-like gods, 2 centuries
assume? Oh, come on.
did not cover the entire
I don't want to get up and look at that. Not yet. My back hurts.
Others remain nearby, rallying their followers, old and new, to
Yeah, I hope so.
The sense that Sumeria was no more is clearly expressed in the divine instruction to Abraham of the Torah on the eve of the nuclear upheaval to Semitize his name to Abraham, and that of his wife Sarai to Sarah, and to make his permanent home in Canaan. Abraham and his wife were not the only Sumerians in need of a new refuge. Nuclear calamity triggered migrational movements on a scale unknown before. The first wave of people was away from the affected lands.
The Bubba butter is just fucking delicious.
One of the most lasting effects was the dispersal of Sumer's remnants away from Sumer.
And it helps my back a lot better than the oil was.
The fruits of 2,000 years of Sumerian civilization probably in the next 2 millennia.
It's more of a muscle relaxer than my Earl. It's working a little bit better. Make you sweat when you hit it. I'm out of coffee. 11:20. I do 4 or 5 more.
Zodiac with its 12 houses, virtually identical creations.
Oh dear.
Memories of gods and demigods, scholars treat as myths. There are a host of astounding specific similarities that cannot be explained, other than by the actual presence of Sumerians. It was expressed in the spread in Europe of the Nurse's double eagle symbol. Wow, see?
The nerd is a double eagle.
See?
It's the fucking family lines. Bloodlines. The eagle and the fucking snake. Everyone's all like, they're reptilians. No, it represents the family bloodline.
Throughout the world, even in South America, of Gilgamesh fighting off with bare hands 2 ferocious lions. In the Far East, there is a clear similarity between the Sumerian cuneiform writing and the scripts of China, Korea, and Japan.
That's why the eagle eats the snake in Mexico. See, they took over the fucking snake line there.
In Japan, civilization,
the flag says so.
An enigmatic forefather tribe called Anu. The emperor's family has been deemed to be a line of demigods, descended from the sun.
How that works?
And the investiture ceremonies of the new king include a secret, solitary nightly.
Your money says so. Their fucking peso
ceremony that
says so.
Emulates the sacred marriage rites of
6 a.m., huh?
When the new king spent a night with Binana. And the erstwhile
about 11:30 here.
Waves of diverse peoples triggered by the
drinking
nuclear
coffee.
of the monarch's new age. Much like flowing and overflowing rivers and rivulets after stormy rains.
Not just a little, I had a whole pot.
With the rise and fall of nations, states, and city-states. Into the Sumerian void, newcomers came in from near and far. Their arena, their central stage, remained what can rightly be called the lands of the Bible. Indeed, until the advent of modern archaeology, little or nothing was known about most of them except for their mention in the Hebrew Bible. It provided not only a record of those various peoples, but also
Book of California.
More spot in the names of those gods. Within nations such as the Hittites, states such as the.
So how your king tides been? You've been having king tides out there in the UK. They have a lot of king tides over here in
In their ruins, there were
the
found
U.S.
telltale
A lot of
artifacts.
king tides in
Also, thousands of
Californias
inscribed clay tablets and
and
marks
stuff.
both the existence as well as the extent of their debt to the Sumerian legacy. Virtually everywhere, Sumerian firsts in science and technologies, literature and art, kingship and priesthood were the foundation on which subsequent cultures were developed. In astronomy, Sumerian terminology, orbital formulas, planetary lists, and zodiacal concepts were retained. The Sumerian cuneiform script was kept in use for another 1,000 years, and then more. The Sumerian language was studied. Sumerian lexicons were compiled, and Sumerian epic tales of gods and heroes were copied and translated. And once those nations' diverse languages were deciphered, it turned out that their gods were, after all, members of the old Anunnaki pantheon.
Imagine that.
Did the Immolite gods themselves accompany their followers when such replanting of Sumerian knowledge and belief took place in faraway lands? The data are inconclusive. What is historically certain is that within 2 or 3 centuries of the New Age, in lands bordering Babylonia, those who were supposed to become Marduk's retired guests embarked on an even newer kind of religious affiliations, national state religions. Marduk divine names, but did not prevent from then on nation fighting nation and men killing men in the name of their God, or in the name of God in general. And so that leads off. Let's see, in chapter 7, chapter 8, in the name of God, will be our next chapter. I'm sure that'll get into what we already know. Wars being fought in the name of God, in the name of, this religion or that religion, and really it's just these Anunnaki usually it's as chess pieces, and they're little games. If the prophecies and messianic expectations attendant on the new age of the 21st century BCE look familiar to us today, the battle cries of the subsequent centuries would not sound strange either. If in the 3rd millennium BCE God fought using armies of men, in the 2nd millennium BCE men fought men in the name of God. It took just a few centuries after the start of Marduk's New Age to show that the fulfillment of his prophecies of grandeur.
We're about to within the next half hour or so.
Not so much from the dispersed like gods, but from the people, the masses of their loyal worshippers. More than a century had to pass from the time of the nuclear ordeal until Babylon.
It's unusually high, huh?
Emerged on the stage.
I've heard the Schuylkill and the rivers back east are doing the same thing. Up high one day and down low the next, or within hours of each other. They're doing some odd things, which completely, it makes sense. It's going to show up in the water first. Even the gentle slowing down. Those over the footpath. What reason did they give? By just curiosity. King died.
Non-Babylonian rulers were scions. What do you think they did?
Or did they even try to give an excuse that it might draw attention to it? Shared the picture.
As one looks at the map showing nation states in the first half of the second millennium BCE, it becomes clear that the states formed a formidable vice around.
That's a coincidence, Cat. That's just coincidence. It's all normal. It's normal for your river to do that. Your 3rd level geometry is off, and you just don't know what you're looking at. That's why that walk path is there. So when it's underwater, you can walk on it and know that you're on a path. See, that's how it works. It's normal.
Its huge central palace of decorated murals is found in the honoring Ishtar. A chapter about Marie and my visit to his room to be read in work problems into that plug there, right? It's really hard to have a thousand of fields on Marie's mouth, but international connections today in the city-states were first used trade on emerging Babylon.
That's probably because that area is ruled by liberals. Now, if they were more conservative, they would have a higher footpath that didn't get flooded out all the time. See, it's the blue ones, not the red ones. It's not their fault. It's the blue ones' fault. Blame them. Vote harder. Power to the people. See what I'm dealing with here, Cat? I know it's laughable, right? But that's the way things are. We just kind of let it keep going like that. Temp drop. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the weather map today, or the swirl map, to see if you're getting clockwise or counterclockwise. It don't really matter, I don't think, at this point. It's so far into the normal that it's not even really worth bringing up anymore. It's just normal. Every day is going to be a little bit more normal than the day before. Uh-oh, what did I do? Normally, I'm fucking everything up that I touch. And I'm gonna have to go to the plots because my update ain't updating. Well, it doesn't look like they're updating. Either. They're 10 months ahead of these. Let's see where that heading. Not only that, his right hand men, as it were the priests. Those were the people who would govern in those times. And those are the people who worked directly for these Marduk who set themselves up for God. Antarctica. Just be pretty retarded to think that it's any different today. At the bottom of the hierarchy were service. Venezuela looks fucking magmatic. So there's a few places in that Japanese Russia area. There's some happenings. Now, why would only the priests be allowed to have access to these million yards? Sweater out of fucking high on rocket technology or something? Afterwards. Special priests like the Mushishipu follow ritual purifications required from the Mujalahi to handle snake infestations. That's interesting too, isn't it? We have a priest who do snake infestations. They don't want to update my shit. Bastards.
They'll get it. Craftsmen worked in workshops where artful religious object for fashion was taboo. A group of female priestesses, chefs, and cooks who prepared the meals. Priestesses act as professional bewailers and funerals.
Bewailers, pros.
And then there were the shamans, simply the priests.
Professional wailers. Like without the Bob Marleys.
Receiving and handling the offerings or who were responsible for God's clothes and so on. From the bishop, personal assistant. But look at these priests are all. Like, you know, we're supposed to be shepherds. Shepherds like sheep. Let's be queer. Fucking Jesus. I had to play that twice. It just put it God and see. So now we know where that comes from. Those guys were personal interior decorators and
expect high fuckery in your area today. Wi-Fi cutting in and out, possible power outages. Unexplained weather phenomena and possible high tides. I mean king tides. Or as I like to refer to it, water slosh due to magnetic braking. Fun time. Hey, you could have been alive 100 years ago. Nah. Nah. I'd rather do it now. Who were singers and musicians. Possibly, actually. Come to find out. I think it's been probably about 5 or 6 since I've been around. 100. Last memory I have is falling off of a probably 2022, Jacksonville, Florida, putting a roof on a house, throwing the tar paper on it after we had boarded it up. The shit slipped. I fell into the valley, the roof. I didn't get hurt. I just slipped into the fucking valley. But as the tar paper fucking gave, because it fucking just boop. I was no longer on that roof in Florida. I was on a roof somewhere in Europe, a high fucking castle with a bright blue tile fucking roof with an arrow in my chest. And I fell to my death with the memory of killing a prince as an assassin in his crib. That's my pre-life memory, and yeah, I ain't very proud of it. I think I'm making up for karma I previously built up or something. I don't know how the fuck it works, but yeah, I wasn't a nice guy. I was killing babies in their cribs, and I got shot off the fucking roof. It was a bloodline thing. Isn't that funny? Well, see, that it might have been me, Cat. And if so, I apologize. I didn't know what the fuck I was up to. I was, I was busy assassinating motherfuckers, just, because it was the thing to do. I've turned over a new leaf for this here existence of time and stuff, and learn my lesson there. So, like I said, I mean, it sticks with me like a memory. It isn't like, I mean, it happened within like fucking maybe 5 seconds, and then even after the fucking I was back into the valley, I had the memory of what I'd done. Really odd. So, yeah, that's my. I assume it's a pre-life thing because it actually hits me like a memory. I can't forget it. It's very vivid, like a real memory. Um, I don't even know how to explain it. But I mean, as far as I can tell, that's probably another life, I guess, that I had at some point. And and it seems like a real memory to you, huh? Okay. I'm not the only one. See, I really, I don't talk about it a whole lot because I mean it's so fucking weird. Uh, Especially the actual memory itself. It is so fucking horrible all around. It's just horrible for everybody involved there at that point, except for the guy that got to shoot me. I imagine he was probably happy. I wasn't, and I'm sure the prince. Well, I don't think he felt anything. I made it quick, but whew, what the fuck was I thinking? You know what I mean? I remember climbing out of the fucking window. And maybe that's why I'm so fucking terrified of heights. I mean, like, to sit in a hotel room, even, and know I'm up more than 5 stories, fucks with my mind. I can't sit near the window. I can't look. I have a very strong urge to run into the hallway and just get to the bottom floor as soon as I can. It's unreal how terrified I am of heights. And I think that is probably why. Because it wasn't the arrow that killed me, it was the fucking fall. Or it probably it wasn't the fall, it was the landing. Anyway, there you go. I've given this story before, but I'm sure it's probably new to you because I've only talked about like one. You was all paranoid about that shit. You're like, I'll see mama make it, and then she gonna eat it first before I fucking do anything. You you watching her cook it like, I'm watching you. Oh, didn't want to happen again, huh? No shit. My little boy I don't know if he remembers it or not, but he used to have dreams of the baby being burned and very vivid. And he ain't never been burned. That when he was really young, too, really young. Oh, it freaked me out. Freaked me out the way he was talking about it. Anyway, yeah. Uh, it, fuck, man. I didn't uh, I didn't accept any of this real spiritual esoteric shit very well until what last year and started being able to explain and understand a little bit better why. Uh, it is probably a bleed over from his previous life. Hi, Amber. This side, I'm fucking rude. We're something rude and bold around here all day long. Just fucktards ain't welcome. That's all. Hmm. This should be the bold rude channel. Oh, no fucktards allowed channel. I don't know. It's Catfish's fucking corner. I think it says it all. It's mine. I don't monetize, even though the new notice says they're probably going to be playing commercials on my fucking videos. That's just the new policy. I see your spell check. Probably thinks you're talking about a duck, too. No good damn well you ain't. Oh, fuck. Oh. You know, I've still got. I'm gonna do this another time or two. Then I'm gonna make another couple of those things. Turn up some fucking mysteries. I wish somebody on my educational side would be willing to make a new video so we'd have something to listen to. It's new, but I think Mr. McClellan's just about done. I don't know if you've heard his last one or not. It was always his usual good one. Uh, Shepard, he's been MIA the last couple of days, starting to get concerned about him a little bit. Uh, I think he might be having technical difficulties, actually, um, more than anything. Which once it starts, man, I'm telling you, I've got a graveyard of computers that I can use for certain things, but they won't do other things. Most, two of them were just pure storage. I was hoping to have there's a club down the street from me, about 10 miles, that I sell glass to, and started out real slow, and they've been selling the fuck out of my glass this last month because everybody's finding out that that's where to get it. And of course, people know about the three hole around here. So there's roughly about 2 or 3 thousand people looking for them at all times. And now this club is the only one between here and Pueblo that has them. And because I don't like being my own competition. But I mean, I just sold them a bunch of glass a couple weeks ago, and they're down to like three of my pipes. But the lady's quarantined in fucking Michigan. Drugged to church. I was drugged to a bunch of different churches. How you doing, Buckeye? Kat, I would like to give it a go in Europe because I've seen some Murano glass that just I was disappointed. I know I could do really well over there because people they appreciate the art over there a little bit more than the culture here. And I wouldn't have to make pipes at all. And if I did make pipes, they'd be the $1,200 variety instead of the ones that I make every day to fucking get by here. I'm in a corporate fucking swamp. It's just the way it is. But I know when I hit a good art place, I can rake it because I can make it anything you can imagine. And like I say, you can bake a cupcake in my goblets. That's and I can make a goblet any way you want. I make angry clown goblets, like ICP goblets. Color changing shit sometimes, just whatever. you know, just, it's, my glass goes over well, but it's got to be in the right area. And I'll tell you what, right now, I am not in that area. If I was somewhere like, I could do well in Tucson. I could do well, God, I could do real well in Aspen if I had my own fucking spot. I ain't got my fucking money for no fucking own spot in Aspen. And I wouldn't want one too much, too much fucking money up there. And I mean, I don't care how much I would make. I view, God, that's just not me. I'm not I don't care how much money I have. I'm not gonna pay X amount over for fucking rent just to be somewhere. That's not me. It's not the way I've never rolled like that. Well, I imagine so. What do you mean by close by? Are you around the corner? You're not on my you're not on my doorstep, are you? Making me nervous over here. Oh yeah, okay. I sell to the mountain Wookiee up there occasionally. I doubt if they have any of my glass though. It's been a while. So, you know who that is. As you coming in, they're on the left there. If you live out in Kansas City, you know who Mountain Wookiee is. I've sold to them 2 or 3 times. They like pendants too. A lot of my cheap fucking pendants. They love those. I got brand new butter. I need to make some brownies. Well, uh, next week I fully intend to head in towards Pueblo and up into Denver again. So we might be able to rendezvous in Pueblo. That's like halfway, I guess. I'd even be willing to meet you in West Pueblo over by um well, you know where the Walmart is, right there, Pueblo West, right? Because there's a Canasaur Pueblo West right down the street from there where I get my ounces. Yeah, you're not very far from Pueblo. All right. Well, I'd be willing to meet you at that Walmart. I'll let you know what day I'm heading out and when. You get a hold of me on the messenger, be the best thing. But hell, if you did that, you'd have first pick. Because I really don't even sell to anybody in Pueblo. I just get my weed at Pueblo West. I used to sell to them, but their buyers are very fucking price buy. They like buying Chinese if they can get their hands on it, and I can't deal with shit like. Oh God, don't do that. Don't don't God take that out of there. Get a hold of me on Messenger. Jesus. Don't do that in here. Good. Yeah. Ooh. Make me cringe, girl. How many times I gotta tell you these motherfuckers who tried to kill me? Don't fucking give any of your information out here. Give it to me on fucking Facebook Messenger. Uh, yeah, I see that. I wouldn't be too worried myself. I mean, what are they going to do? A thousand of us know what I know now. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why I'm not too concerned about it anyway. And if you know who you are, it's nothing to be concerned about. But I still wouldn't invite. Just shoot it to me on Messenger. You never know who's in my chat. Although I found that it's actually kind of easy with these smartphones to block a number. I didn't know that. I've actually had to change my number before because and I didn't know that I could have just blocked the fucking person that was calling my phone. It's a Facebook Messenger, don't you hear? I'll give you my Facebook. Yeah, I don't use it for socializing or anything. I mainly use this, honestly, so I can keep in touch with Seamus while I'm on the road. That way I don't have to buy him service. He runs off my Wi-Fi. He can talk to his friends and shit. He doesn't need a fucking phone. Be on the phone all day. He's already on the computer all day. He's got a phone. His mom bought him didn't buy him one. I guess her dad buys her new phones all the time, so she sends him nice phones, which got him to send him like $300 fucking phone. But I think there's a way you can get the messenger without Facebook. There's a download. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but that's my page. You don't know me well enough yet. I'm a grumpy old fuck. Ask ask around. I've got a reputation. People don't like me. It's okay though. I don't like many people either. But, they grow on you. Cat, you know it's true. Fuck, man. I've always been like fucking 30 grit sandpaper, man. I am rough. You don't want me on your ass. Well, then that's awesome. We got that in common. Because I mean, I've made videos explaining how I do enjoy being an asshole. It weeds out the people that I generally don't feel like wasting my time with, anyways. Yeah, well, Kat, it feels good to be honest. Well, you don't have to worry about fucking skeletons in your closet. I've dumped everything about myself in my bios. I'll sit here and tell you guys the freaky shit. I show you how to make green butter. So it just that's how we all should be. That's how we're going to be from now on. I mean, after this change, we're on the magnet. You can't. Our biology won't allow us to lie to each other if we don't open our fucking mouth. You know, Amber, it couldn't hurt. Just make sure you don't. I gotta make sure that my shit's not for children. It's marked very specifically not for children. I don't know how they do that, but I always check my box. And like tonight, like I said, man, I sat down, I Googled, I sat down and Googled jingle fucking bells, okay, and it came up with jingle fucking bells. Well, tiny fucking bubbles came up with cum bubble fucking rainbow bitch. And I'm all like, oh fuck. Why not? But I did at least give the explicit fucking material warning. But I still got thumbs downs all over that shit. I'm all like, yeah, fuck all y'all bitches. Fuck you too. Yeah, I haven't gotten any strikes yet. Awesome cat. That's funny. Yeah, well, look, you remember when I read that little article over there about fucking dickwad? I found that in a legitimate fucking link. Somebody gave that to me. It's a real thing. I read it. And he come at me, everybody over there, they were reporting me. He even come back saying he's reporting me to legal and shit. Talking about Scott Sion made that shit up. Literally, in right, I've got it all over the place where he's talking about Scott Sion made that shit. I fucking recorded that shit. But if that was true, man, they would have struck that fucking video. There's a real. I mean, I checked that newspaper. You know, so far been they may shadow ban me and shit like that, but they leave my content alone unless I put on AC fucking DC, some 50-year-old fucking Eagle song. They want to hit me on a copyright. It's like, what the fuck are you people doing? Well, the Dazza dickwad, the one that uh, the only one I read a newspaper article about. I know. It's fucking always ACDC too, or Eagles. It's like, what the fuck? It makes you so angry. It's like, oh my God. You look at it, you play the music, and then you fucking look at the video later and it's totally blocked. And it's like, there's a list of red down it. So you got to take on each one of them. And it's like, so I get to the point where I just copy paste. It's a 50-year-old fucking song I got off of the fucking public access. How can you hit me with this? I don't even monetize. And then I paste that in fucking like 18 different fucking songs. And the next thing you know, they put it back up. Their AI is out of control. They need to fix that shit. I've told YouTube, I said, if you fix your fucking AI and stop striking me for all this shit all the fucking time and leave my channel alone, don't shadow ban me, give me the little services I'm supposed to get when I'm a free service. I'd be willing to give you $5 a month to cut some of the fucking commercials out of the damn songs. I really would. But they need to work on their fucking AI first, man. I mean, how am I supposed to know their shit? Even if I pay money for it, it's still gonna piss me off. I ain't gonna, you offer a fucking service that should be what you on the face offer instead of some fucking algorithms that really fuck your ass if you're trying to give truth about it, shit. And then they send trolls at you. It's crazy. I certainly hope you've looked at my uh, Angry Catfish channel like daily. At the older videos, not the newer ones, because the older ones are a lot more valuable information than my fucking newer ones. Those are ones that you just can't live without. Uh, what do you want to paste in comment? I know, right? Hit play, Grandma. I was like, oh fuck, this is so wrong. Don't make me quiz you, Amber. Don't make me yell at you because you know I will, motherfucker. I know you ain't watched all my videos. Why is the sky blue? Ah! Oh, I just fucked you up, didn't I? Why is the sky blue? Because I go over that in detail. And if you've seen it, it's very memorable, and you'll be like, "Damn!" But if you haven't, you're already being like, "Motherfucker, look at you." Oh my god, I literally cover why is the sky blue just so I can cover all the questions I could ever think of. No, see, god damn it. What I tell you guys last week? I said that's, and I know some of you are in here and you're laughing right now because I said that's the answer I get back a lot. It's not. You should go watch my video. I work with oxygen. I know why the sky is blue. I'm telling you, no. It gives me a good cross section of John Q. in society. Because I know exactly what's going on with that. Because the whole sky is blue thing is I've known that for fuck, man. I can't even think of when I didn't know it. It's all about spectrums and alchemy. But see, Amber, I wouldn't be doing anybody a favor if I started spoon feeding you shit. You was raised on the internet. I didn't ever even try the internet until I was like 15, I think. And then I wasn't interneting. I was on like a pre-computer doing stupid fucking making my own games. You want to know why the fucking sky's blue, Amber? I'm gonna give this to you, then you gotta go look it up because it's fucking cool as fuck. It ain't reflection. It's because you're looking through miles of fucking oxygen. Oxygen just happens to be sky blue. Now, if we had a nitrogen atmosphere, it would be green. That's how they spectrum atmospheres from fucking distant stars. I show you in my demonstration, though, in the video, I prove it. See, oxygen comes in liquid form too, pure oxygen, and you pour it in a cup, in a beaker. It's just fucking couple hundred degrees below zero. You don't want to touch it. But it's fucking blue as fuck in the cup. That's why your sky is blue. And that's in one of my earlier videos. That's why I said people need to, and that's just one of the little tidbits in there. People really, really, really need to go start at my third video I put down on that channel and work their way back to the top. And if they don't, they're doing themselves a huge disservice. Is one, not only is there useless information like that, two, there's information that 33rd degree level fucking whoever's never had, the Anunnaki never had. By self admission, they didn't understand our own language that we were, and they've tried to assume the pantheon and confuse us and hide us from ourselves and cover our own tracks with our own shit and confuse it and change the Enuma Elish 3 fucking times. And then all of a sudden, Marduk's like the planet Neberu, and you got Josh here confused as fuck, and he's the one that's read us all this shit. But the he never had the actual meaning of what the fuck the IRA is. Now we do, and we have the key. We have that information that's been lost to humanity since before we can remember humans walked the planet. And I know it's 400 fucking videos, but they're all under 15 minutes. Most of them have at least 5 minutes of ISWAL. You can just go cut that right the fuck out of the watching. Got like 7 to 9 minutes left of insane shit that shows you how planets orbit. Well, I mean, that's on my fucking intro video now. Or no, it ain't. Maybe it is. I forget. Nah, it's Dazzit. The noisy one's awake, huh? Hey, good morning. Good morning, cat. That's what, about 7:30 for you now? It's about time for him to get up. It's about time for me to get busy too. Let's take another fucking draw off of this fucking cash rich environment here. I'm gonna make a couple more of these donut holes with a twist. Oh boy. Hi Gina. Yeah, just a little bit more every day. Good morning. That's my favorite. My alarm goes off to that still every morning. Two. We're still. I don't know how far away we are now. 200. We got a pop coming up soon. She's still pretty hot too. Almost hot. What's up, Polly? How you doing? Good. Good morning, Joe. Oh, you're back east too, Polly. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Hell yeah. Singing to the babies. I still do. He's 16. Good morning. Fuck. It gets loud around here all the time. 2:30 in the morning. Well, what the hell are you doing up? You probably want me to put on some Josh Reeves and bore you back to sleep because I'm fixing to. Good morning. Good morning, Cat and Joe and Pollyanna. I'm fixing to put together some twisted donut holes. Uh, don't worry. I won't be working too long before I sit down and smoke another bowl. I love my alarm. It's my alarm every day except for Sunday or Saturday. I've got no Saturday and Sunday. That's awesome. We hope it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it is. It's my favorite alarm I've ever had. I like listening to it every morning. Makes you feel good. Me anyway. It's so damn cheesy. Good morning. Am I making you breakfast? Scrambled eggs. You know.
and if so, to interpret what they did portend. The astronomer priests, generally called the Mashamashi, included diverse specialities. A Kalu priest, for example, specialized in watching the constellation of the bull. It was the duty of the lottery to keep a detailed daily record of its celestial observations and to convey the information to a cadre of interpreter priests. These making up the top priestly hierarchy. And this is interesting. We get a whole breakdown of the hierarchy of the priests in the time of Marduk. That's very reflective along of the power structure that still exists today, but we're given this fiction of what our power structure is. But in reality, our power structure today still exists in this kind of setup of the priests and all this stuff being in direct connection with the overlords.
Very much.
And I guess all this bullshit of sin and God and all this stuff, and it's about touching overlords, man. That's really what it boils down to. They included the Ashipu, omen specialist, and Mahu, who could read the signs, and the Baru truth tellers, who understood mysteries and divine signs. A special priest, the Zakiku, was charged with conveying the divine words to the king. Then, at the head of those astronomer and astrologer priests was the Uragalu, the great priest, who was a holy man, a magician, and a physician. His white vestments were elaborately colored trimmed with the hems. Notice that? So, let me get this straight. The great priest, the guy on the tip top of the pyramid, right? The guy who's running the whole show, the guy who's directly working with Marduk or whatever god is currently in charge. He was a holy man who was a magician, not a musician, a magician, a doctor. That's amazing. Because a magician and a physician and a musician, those are all pretty much close to each other. The discovery of some 70 tablets that formed a continuous series of observations of a meaning named after the opening words of the Enuma Ani and Lil revealed both the transition from Sumerian astronomy and the existence of oracular formulas that dictated what a phenomenon meant. In time, a host of diviners, dream interpreters, fortune tellers, and the like joined the hierarchy. But they were in the king's rather than the god's service. In time, the celestial observations degraded to astrological omens for king and country, predicting war, tranquility, overthrows, long life or death, abundance or pestilence, divine blessings or godly wrath. But in the beginning, the celestial observations were purely astronomical and were of prime interest to the god Marduk, only derivatively to king or people. It was not by chance that a Kalu priest specialized in watching Lil's constellation of the bull for any untoward phenomenon. For the main purpose of the Masagio Az Observatory was to track the heavens zodiacally and keep an eye on celestial time. The fact that significant events prior to the nuclear blast happened in 72-year intervals and continue to do so afterward suggests that the zodiacal clock, in which it took 72 years for a precessional shift of 1 degree to occur, continued to be observed and adhered to. It is clear from all the astronomical and astrological texts from Babylon that its astronomer priests retained the Sumerian division of the heavens into 3 ways or paths, each occupying 60 degrees of the celestial arc. The way of Enlil for the northern skies, and the way of Yah for the southern skies, and the way of Anu for the central band. It was in the latter that the zodiacal constellations were located, and it was there that Earth met heaven at the horizon. Perhaps because Marduk attained supremacy, in accordance with celestial time, the zodiacal clock, his astronomer priest continuously scanned the skies at the horizon. The Sumerian An-Ur heaven base, there was no point in looking up to the Sumerian Anpa, heaven's top, the zenith. For Marduk, as a star, Nibiru was by then gone and unseen. But as an orbiting planet, though unseen now, it was bound to return. Oh, I see. See, that we got into some of this last week, and we started to see this. People had all this confusion about
I
how
hope you
can
like your
Mark be a
eggs over
star,
easy.
and how can these be people and stuff simultaneously. And I think we're starting to see the real truth in that. I think what that is,
Motherfucking eggs and bacon,
that
baby.
the reason that they associate themselves with these different planetary beings is because that planetary being represents a location that they travel to via Stargate to another Stargate, which is located on Earth, which corresponds to that individual God.
Is that good for you? That was quicker than fucking flipping it.
Individual person who's God, in this case, Marduk. And so it would stand to be seen that because of the precession of the planets, that when certain planetary alignments occur, some of these different stars and planets are closer to the Earth than they are. And it's almost like it's radio signal, like the when the closer they are in proximity to the Earth, that's when they can come down and assume the moon, and they have to go back for a period of time. That's really what it seems like. But as an orbiting planet, though unseen now, was bound to return. Expressing its equivalent of the Marduk is Nibiru theme, the Egyptian version of Marduk's star religion, openly promised its faithful.
If I'd only known, I had a fucking magnet a long time ago. This would already be a different picture. I'll tell you that.
The Aten. It was this aspect of Marduk's star religion, the eventual return,
shoulda, woulda, coulda, huh?
That directly challenged Babylon's Israelite adversaries and shifted the focus toward renewed messianic expectations. And the post-Sumerian actors on the stage of the old world, four that grew to imperial status, left the deepest imprint on history. Egypt and Babylonia, Assyria and Hatti, the land of the Hittites. And each one had its national god. The first two belonged to the Enki Marduk Nabu camp.
Like breakfast.
The other two were beholden to Enlil, Menerta, and Adad.
I've made pieces that had spatulas and eggs and bacon on them all over the place.
So wow, Baal.
There's pictures.
I had no idea that Baal.
I don't know where
with Marduk.
They're around.
I think they're on my Facebook. Jesus, all the Jews.
I'm pretty sure they're on my Facebook.
Worshippers.
Under like my work or something like that.
To take on Jesus. Wow, that's
cute as fuck. That's the smallest one I've ever made.
I never really thought that
made total fucking sense. Look at the strips on the bacon too. Got little
Jews were all Baal worshippers
fat strips
because they were the leftovers from worshiping Marduk. And so they got the people divided. Oh my God, that's genius.
Put it on a pipe.
I mean, they were doing divide and conquer even back then. Think about it.
Put that on some small little pipe.
Jesus rolls up on the scene, who obviously is, one of them, and causes this friction between whether or not they're going to worship the new Messiah, Jesus, or whether or not they're still going to worship Baal, which is associated with Marduk. So once again, even back then, thousands of years ago, in the before Sigourney Weaver, back thousands of years ago, these fuckers were running the divide and conquer even then. So I guess it's safe to say where the divide and conquer today was coming from, same place it was coming from then.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty safe to fucking say, Josh.
So that's why I read this stuff.
Are you just catching on to that?
Just catching on either, but there's little things that you pick up on that really give you a lot of perspective.
What? Get the fuck out of town.
Their national gods were called Ra, Amun, and Bel Marduk, Ashur, and Teshup. It was in the name of those gods that constant, prolonged, and cruel wars were fought. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? The wars, historians may explain, were caused by the usual reasons for war: resources, territory, greed.
Still going on.
The royal annals that detailed the wars and military expeditions presented them as religious wars.
Yeah, still going on.
One god was glorified, and the opposite deity was humiliated.
Yep.
However, the looming expectations of the return turned those wars to territorial campaigns that had specific sites as their targets.
Same game.
The wars, according to the royal annals of all those lands, were launched by the king on the command of my God. So the campaign was carried off in accordance with the oracle for this or that god, and as often as not, victory was attained with the help of unopposable weapons or other direct help provided by the god. Well, they say history is written by the victor. Well,
yep.
In this case, all of humanity's history has been written by the victors of these gods who, you know, got their team to be victorious because of, you know, weapons or whatever else that were given to their side.
Yes.
But we think it's crazy that our military has, you know, back engineered alien technology. When, you know, from the sound of it, this thing went on for centuries, thousands of years. In order for these people who have set themselves up as gods to retain their worshippers. That's why they haven't wiped us all out. These guys are too obsessed with being gods, and they have to have some people worship them. That's why we're all still here today.
Feed them and do their work for them.
You can't have a kingdom and be a ruler or if you don't have, you know, people worshiping you. I'm getting to my end now. I'm going to go as far as I can here. An Egyptian king wrote in his war records that it was Ra who loves me, Ammon who favors me, who instructed him to march against these enemies, whom Ra abominates. An Assyrian king, according to the feat of an enemy king, boasted that he replaced in the city's temple the images of the city's gods with images of my gods, and declared them to be henceforth the gods of the country. Brings a whole new perspective to religion and how you view it, doesn't it, folks? These guys have just been setting themselves up with gods everywhere, setting up worshipers, and we've been going and fighting, killing, and destroying each other over who's got the best god. When in reality, all these fuckers are the same, and they all set this up as their entertainment for us to fight and kill each other.
Red and blue, evil snake.
Literally. That's what all of this has been for up to this point, folks. We're just entertainment for these fuckers.
Bullshit. Yes.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Well,
pretty much.
At least there's a lot more right now than there was 10 years ago.
God.
That's why we got to just continue to try to do our best to get all this information of, you know, a different mindset, a different view out there, no matter whose it be, mine, somebody else's. We just got to continue to get all this info out there. But I gotta call it tonight, man. I got over the stocked up stuff right before the show, and now it's coming back. So we'll start again. Please support our work if you can, folks. Please donate. We don't have cash right now. We don't have any in the account. I paid all the bills last week, and we didn't reach our goal for the film, so that's not going to be the next film that's going to be made. We'll be cashing that just every time you can. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. feed.com is our website. You guys have a good one. We'll see you later. I was rolling down the street, in the town I was born. I was really sleepy, but I never felt so I opened my eyes, and I couldn't look away. Saw you really cross the eye, the moon starts now. Yeah, really starts now. It really starts now. I believe you are the rain now. It really starts now. You will be really right now. He was asleep. It really starts now. Motherfucking waking baby. Let's get into inner days now. Picking up where we left off the other night. A clear example of the religious aspect of those wars and the deliberate choice of targets can be found in the Hebrew Bible in 2 Kings chapter 18 to 19, in which the siege of Jerusalem by the army of the Assyrian king Sennacherib is described. Having surrounded and cut off the city, the Assyrian commander engaged in psychological warfare in order to get the city's defenders to surrender. Speaking in Hebrew so that all in the city's walls could understand, he shouted to them the words of the king of Assyria. Don't be deceived by your leaders that your God Yahweh will protect you. Has any of the gods of the nations ever rescued their lands from the hand of the king of Ashur? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Avah? Where are the gods of the land of Samaria? Which of the gods of all of these lands ever rescued his land from my hand? Will then Yahweh rescue Jerusalem from my hand? Yahweh, the historical records show, did. What were those religious wars about? The wars and the national gods in whose name they were fought don't make sense except when one realizes that at the core of the conflicts was what the Sumerians had called Duran Ki, the bond of heaven and earth. Repeatedly, the ancient text spoke of the catastrophe when earth was separated from heaven, when the spaceport connecting them was destroyed. The overwhelming question in the aftermath of the nuclear calamity was this: what or who, which God and his nation could claim to be the one on earth who now possessed the link to the heavens? For the gods, the destruction of the spaceport in the Sinai Peninsula was a material loss of a facility that required replacement. But can one imagine the impact, the spiritual and religious impact on mankind? All of a sudden, the worship gods of heaven and earth were cut off from heaven. With the spaceport in the Sinai now obliterated, only 3 space-related sites remained in the old world. The landing place in the Cedar Mountains, the post-diluvial Mission Control Center that replaced Nippur, and the Great Pyramids in Egypt that anchored the landing corridor. With the destruction of the spaceport, did those other sites still have a useful celestial function, and thus a religious significance? We know the answer to some extent because all 3 sites still stand on Earth today, challenging mankind by their mysteries, and the gods by facing upward to the heavens. The most familiar of the 3 is the Great Pyramid and its companions in Giza. Its size, geometric precision, inner complexity, celestial alignments, and other amazing aspects have long cast doubt on the attribution of its construction to a pharaoh named Cheops, an attribution supported solely by a discovery of a hieroglyph of his name inside the pyramid. In Stairway to Heaven, I offered proof that those markings were a modern forgery. And in that book and other voluminous textual and pictorial evidence was provided to explain how and why the Anunnaki designed and built those pyramids. Having been stripped of its radiating guidance equipment during the Wars of the Gods, the pyramid and its companions continued to serve as a physical beacon for the landing corridor. With the spaceport gone, they remained silent witnesses to a vanished past. There has been no indication that they ever became sacred religious objects. The landing place of the Cedar Forest has a different record. Gilgamesh, who went to it almost a millennium before the nuclear calamity, witnessed there the launching of a rocket ship. And the Phoenicians of the nearby city of Midway on the Mediterranean coast depicted a coin, a rocket ship, and placed on a special base within an enclosure at the very same place. And there's a picture of it here in the book. That's fascinating. I've never seen that before. It's a rocket on a fucking takeoff pad. That's exactly what it is. Almost 1,000 years after the nuclear event, so with and when without the spaceport, the landing place continued to be offered. The place, Baalbek, in Lebanon, consisted in antiquity of a vast 5 million square foot platform of paved stones at the northwest corner of an enormous stone structure. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I get it now. Baalbek, which I'm very familiar with in Lebanon, Baalbek was the fucking landing pad. I'm totally make God. See, when you look at it like that, it makes total sense. Don't look at Baalbek. I mean, my God. There's a platform of paved stones in the northwest corner of which an enormous stone structure rose heavenward. Built with perfectly shaped massive stone blocks weighing 600 to 900 tons each. Its western wall was especially fortified with the heaviest stone blocks on earth, including 3 that weigh an incredible 1,100 tons each, and are known as the Trilithon. The amazing fact about these colossal stone blocks is that they were quarried about 2 miles away in the valley, where one such block, whose quarrying was not completed, still sticks out from the ground. The Greeks venerated the place since Alexander's time as Heliopolis, the city of the sun god. The Romans built their greatest temple to Zeus. The Byzantines converted it to a great church. The Muslims, after them, built there a mosque. And present-day Maronite Christians revere the place as a relic from the time of the giants. A visit to the place and its ruins and how it functioned as a launch tower are described in the Earth Chronicles expeditions. Most sacred and hallowed to this day has been the site that served as Mission Control Center, Shalom, or Jerusalem, the city of the comprehensive God. There too, as in Baalbek, but on a reduced scale, a large stone platform rests on a rock and cut stone foundations, including a massive western wall with 3 colossal stone blocks that weigh about 600 tons each. It was upon that pre-existing platform that the temple to Yahweh was built by King Solomon. It's Holy of Holies with the Ark of the Covenant resting upon a sacred rock above a subterranean chamber. The Romans, who built the greatest temple ever to Jupiter in Baalbek, also planned to build one to Jupiter in Jerusalem instead of the one to Yahweh. The Temple Mount is now dominated by the Muslim dome of the rock. Its gilded dome originally surmounted the Muslim shrine in Baalbek, evidence that the link between the two space-related sites has seldom been missed. In the trying times after the nuclear calamity, after Marduk's Babili, his gateway of the gods, substitute for the older blonde-headed Earth type, could Marduk's new star religion offer an answer to the perplexed masses? The ancient search for an answer, it seems, has continued to our very own time. The most unremitting adversary of Babylon was the Assyrians. Their province in the upper region of the Tigris River was called Subartu in Sumerian times, and was the northernmost extension of Sumer and Akkad. In language and racial origins, they appear to have had a kinship to Sargon of Akkad, so much so that when Assyria became a kingdom and imperial power, some of the most famous kings took the name Sharu Ken Sargon as their royal name. Looks like something out of fucking Flash Gordon, doesn't it? Flash! All that gleaned from archaeological finds of the past 2 centuries corroborates the distinct statements in the Bible. Genesis chapter 10 that listed the Assyrian kings among the descendants of Shem, and Assyria's capital Nineveh and other principal cities as a coming out of an outgrowth, an extension of Shinar, Sumer, the pantheon of the Sumerian pantheon, the gods with the hierarchy of Sumer and Akkad. And the 3 or 4 names of Assyrian kings and high officials indicated reverence to the gods of Shir, Enlil, Minerta, King, Adad, and Shamash.
Woo! You're hot, baby.
To the goddess Inanna Ishtar, who is also extensively worshipped. One of the best known depictions of the Muhammadan pirate was found in her temple in Ashur, the city. Historical documents from the time indicate that it was the Assyrians to the north who were the first to challenge Marduk's Babylon militarily. The very first recorded Assyrian king, Shuma, led circa 1900 BCE a successful military expedition down the Tigris River, all the way south to the border of Elam. The inscription states that his aim was to set the freedom of Ur and Nippur, and he did remove for a while those cities from Marduk's grip. That was only the first fight between Assyria and Babylon, and the conflict that continued for more than 1,000 years, and lasted to the end of both. It was a conflict in which the Assyrian kings were usually the aggressors, neighboring each other, speaking the same Akkadian language, and both inheriting the Sumerian foundation. The Assyrians and Babylonians were distinguishable just by one key difference: their national god. Assyria calls itself the land of the god Ashur, or simply Ashur, after the name of its national god. For its kings and people consider this religious aspect to be all that matters. Its first capital was called City of Ashur, or simply Ashur. The name meant the one who sees, or the one who is seen. Yet with all the countless hymns, prayers, and other references to the god Ashur, it remains unclear who exactly in the Sumerian Akkadian pantheon he was. In god lists, he was the equivalent of Enlil. Other references sometimes suggest that he was Ninurta, Enlil's son and heir. But since whenever the spouse was listed or mentioned, she was always called Nin-Lil. The conclusion tends to be that the Assyrian Ashur was Enlil. The historical record of Assyria is one of conquest and aggression against many other nations and their gods. Their countless military campaigns ranged far and wide and were carried on, of course, in the name of God, their god, Ashur. On the command of my god Ashur, the great Lord, was the usual opening statement in the Assyrian king's record of a military campaign. But when it came to the warfare with Babylon, the amazing aspect of Assyria's attacks was its central aim. Not just the rollback of Babylon's influence, but the actual physical removal of Marduk himself from his temple in Babylon. The feat of capturing Babylon and taking Marduk into captivity was first achieved, however, not by the Assyrians, but by their neighbors to the north, the Hittites. Circa 1900 BCE, the Hittites began to spread out from their strongholds in north-central Anatolia, today's Turkey, to become a major military power and join the chain of Emilite nation-states opposed to Marduk's Babylon. In a relatively short time, they attained imperial status, and the domains extended southward to include most of the biblical Canaan. The archaeology discovery of the Hittites, their cities, records, language, and history is an astounding and exciting tale of bringing life and corroborating the essence of people in places hereto known only from the Hebrew Bible. Hittites are repeatedly mentioned in the Bible, but without the disdain or scorn reserved for worshippers of pagan gods. He refers to their presence throughout the lands where the story and the history of the Hebrew patriarchs unfolded. They were Abraham's neighbors in Haran, and it was from the Hittite landowners in Hebron, south of Jerusalem, that he brought the Machpelah burial cave. Bathsheba, whom King David coveted in Jerusalem, was the wife of a Hittite captain in his army. And it was from Hittite farmers who used the site for wheat thrashing that David brought the platform for the temple on Mount Moriah. King Solomon brought chariot horses from Hittite princes, and it was one of their daughters who he married. The Bible considers the Hittites to belong genealogically and historically to the peoples of Western Asia. Modern scholars believe that they will migrate to Asia Minor from elsewhere, probably from beyond the Caucasus Mountains, because their language, once deciphered, was found to belong to the Indo-European group. That's the Greek on the other hand, and Sanskrit on the other hand as well. They are considered to have been non-Semitic Indo-Europeans, yet what claims they added the Sumerian Phoenician script to their own distinct script. It included Sumerian loanwords within the terminology. They studied and copied Sumerian myths and epic tales and adopted the Sumerian pantheon, including the count of 12 Olympians. In fact, in some of the earliest tales of the gods on the Nibiru and coming from the Nibiru were discovered only in their Hittite versions. The Hittite gods were undoubtedly
There's you some breakfast, Polly.
Monuments and royal seals invariably
How you like that shit?
The accompanied by the ubiquitous symbol of the winged disc. Now, I'm sorry.
Just hopeful thinking.
Oh man, you don't understand how much gratification that piece of information right there gives me. I know a bunch of people that consider themselves pagans and all this stuff like that. And a lot of them are good people, but every time I've been to one of these events with some of these pagans, I just want to scream and yell at them and go, "Don't you motherfuckers!" Because they're all, you just hear everybody, oh God, Christians, stupid Christians, fuck. We've got it figured out. We're the pagans.
I should probably make a few of those.
Same thing.
I made a big one with my buddy Christian in Texas.
The Hittites
called the Wake and Bake, and had spatulas and all kinds of shit all over it.
They did the exact same thing with Christianity.
Grossly sick. It was all about breakfast.
They have the exact same. They adopted it.
It sold rather fast,
and they used the wing disc.
I do have to say.
These gods were sometimes called in the Hittite text by the Sumerian or Akkadian names. We find Anu and Lil, Ea, Ninurta, Inanna, Ishtar, and Utu Shamash repeatedly mentioned. In other instances, the gods were called by Hittite names. Leading them was the Hittite national god.
You ready for the wake and bake?
Or the god of storms.
I'm about ready for one. I need to make another pipe here.
He was none other than Enlil's youngest son, Ishkur, Adad. His depiction showed him holding the lightning bolt as his weapon, usually standing upon a bull, the symbol of his father's celestial constellation.
Get that boy in bed.
The biblical references to the extended reach and military prowess of the Hittites were confirmed by archaeological discoveries both at Hittite sites and in the records of other nations. Significantly, the Hittite southward reach embraced the two space-related sites of the landing place, today's Baalbek, and the post-alluvial mission control center in Jerusalem. It also brought the Inlalite Hittites to within striking distance of Egypt, the land of Ra Marduk. The two sides thus had all it took to engage in armed conflict. In fact, the wars between the two included some of the ancient world's most famous battles fought in the name of God. But rather than attack Egypt, the Hittites sprung a surprise. The first, perhaps, to introduce horse-driven chariots in military campaigns, the Hittite army, totally unexpectedly, in 1595 BCE, swept down the Euphrates River, captured Babylon, and took Marduk into captivity. Though one wishes that more detailed records from that time and event would have been discovered, what is known indicates that the Hittite attackers did not intend to take over and rule Babylon. They retreated soon after they had breached the city's defenses and entered its sacred precincts, taking Marduk with them, leaving him unharmed but apparently under guard in a city called Hana, a place yet to be excavated in the district of Turka along the Euphrates River. The humiliating absence of Marduk from Babylon lasted 24 years, exactly the same time that Marduk had been in exile in Haran 5 centuries earlier. After several years of confusion and disorder, kings belonging to a dynasty called the Kassite dynasty took control of Babylon. They restored Marduk's shrine, took the hand of Marduk, and returned him to Babylon. Still, the Hittite sack of Babylon is considered by historians to have marked the end both of the glorious first dynasty of Babylon and of the old Babylonian period. The sudden Hittite thrust to Babylon and the temporary removal of Marduk remained an unresolved historical, political, and religious mystery. Was the intention of the raid just to embarrass and diminish Marduk, to deflate his ego, confuse his followers, or was there a more far-reaching purpose or cause behind it? Was it possible that Marduk fell victim to the proverbial hoist by his own petard? Oh, meaning if Julius Caesar type, he got, did he get JFK'd? Absolutely. Taken out by his own people? Yep, that's exactly what happened. What always happens, we still hadn't learned shit, even though this happens all throughout history, and we still think it's all isolated incidents, don't we? Well, that's the end of chapter 8 there of Zechariah 6 at the end of days. Chapter 9, the Promised Land, will be our next chapter that we'll pick up on next time on the broadcast. With so much of the current political, military, and religious turmoil taking place in the lands of the Bible, and with the Bible itself serving as a key to the past and to the future, one must point out a caveat inserted by the biblical God in regard to the Promised Land. The boundaries running from the wilderness in the south to the Lebanon range in the north, and from the Euphrates in the east to the Mediterranean Sea in the west, were reconfirmed to Joshua. These, God said, were the promised boundaries. But to become an actual land grant, it had to be obtained by possession, akin to the planting of the flag by explorers in the recent past. The Israelites could possess and keep land where they actually set foot, tread with the soles of their feet. Therefore, God commanded the Israelites not to tarry and delay, but to cross the Jordan and fearlessly and systematically settle the Promised Land. But when the 12 tribes under the leadership of Joshua were done with the conquest and settlement of Canaan, only part of the areas east of the Jordan were occupied, nor were all of the lands west of the Jordan captured and settled. As far as the two space-related sites were concerned, their stories are totally different. Jerusalem, which was specifically listed in Joshua 12:10 and 18:28, was firmly in the hands of the tribe of Benjamin. But whether the northward advance attained the landing place in Lebanon is in doubt. Subsequent biblical references to the site called it the crest of Zaphon, the secret north place, what the area's dwellers, the Canaanite Phoenicians, also called it. Canaanite epics deemed it to be a sacred place of the god Adad and Lil's youngest son. The crossing of the Jordan River, an accomplishment attained with the help of several miracles, took place opposite Jericho, and the fortified city of Jericho, west of the Jordan, was the Israelites' first target. The story of the tumbling of its walls and its capture includes a biblical reference to Shinar in Hebrew. In spite of the commandment to take no food,
it's
one
a
of the
southpaw,
Israelites did not resist the temptation to keep a valuable garment of Shinar. Well, especially when his considered the right. Definitely are always going to take some food, for sure. Because we'll take some booty to go in exchange for a bucket of his man gravy for you. The capture of Jericho and the town of Ai south of it opened the way to the Israelites' most important and immediate target, Jerusalem, where the mission control platform has been. The missions of Abraham and his descendants and God's covenants with them never lost sight of that site's centrality. As God told Moses, it is in Jerusalem that his earthly abode was to be. Now the promised prophecy could be fulfilled. The capture of the cities on the way to Jerusalem, along with the hill towns surrounding it, turned out to be a formidable challenge, primarily because some of them, and especially Hebron, were inhabited by children of the Anakim, descendants of the Anunnaki. Jerusalem, it will be recalled, ceased to function as mission control center when the spaceport in the Sinai was wiped out more than 6 centuries earlier. But according to the Bible, the descendants of the Anunnaki who had been stationed there were still residing in that part of Canaan. And it was Adonai Zedek, king of Jerusalem, who formed an alliance with 4 other kings in 4 other cities to block the Israelite advance. The battle that ensued at Gaib was on in the valley of Ailon, just north of Jerusalem, took place on a unique day, the day the earth stood still. For the better part of that day, the sun stopped and the moon stood still. Joshua 10:14, enabling the Israelites to win that crucial battle, a parallel but reverse occurrence when nighttime lasted an extra 20 hours, took place on the other side of the world in the Americas. In the biblical view, then, God himself assured Jerusalem would come into Israelite hands. No sooner was kingship established under David than he was commanded by God to clear the platform atop Mount Moriah and sanctify it for Yahweh's temple. And ever since Solomon built that temple there, Jerusalem, Mount Moriah, the Temple Mount, have remained uniquely sacred. There is indeed no other explanation why Jerusalem, a city not at major crossroads, far from waterways, with no natural resources, has been coveted and sacred since antiquity, deemed to be a singular city, a navel of the earth. The comprehensive list of captured cities given in Joshua chapter 12 names Jerusalem as the 3rd city, following Jericho and Ai as firmly in Israelite hands. The story was no different, however, in regard to the northern space-related sites. The Cedar Mountains of Lebanon run in 2 ranges, the Lebanon on the west and the Anti-Lebanon on the east, separated by the Becca, the cleft, a canyon-like valley that has been known since Canaanite times as the Lord's Cleft, or Baal Becca, hence Baalbek. Ah, there we go. So Baalbek indeed it does come from Baal or Baal, yeah. The bull god that represented Marduk. God, it just made so much sense, when we found that out, or when I found that out, reading it the other day. just knowing what I know about, the biblical stuff and how, the Jews were worshiping Baal and that was, that was the big contention between the Jews. They were worshiping Baal and they didn't want the new guy, Jesus, to come in and ruin their day. Even though, now, Baal, Marduk, Jesus, Jehovah, Yahweh. I mean, it's all on hockey again, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, man. The idea, I still just hadn't wrapped my head around, got trouble with the idea that we were fucking seated by Klingons. Every goddamn time. Literally. Horny fucking Klingons seeded life on Earth and set up the New World Order. The end. That's my book.
Klingons.
It'll be out in Barnes & Noble next week. Please buy it.
Cool, we'll be here.
Josh
What's
Reeves,
up,
all
Shane?
you ever needed to know about
we'll be here, Polly. Oh.
We were seated by horny Klingons.
I only made eggs and bacon on the wake and bake.
Man.
Didn't make no pancakes. What the fuck?
The current name of the site of the landing place on the edge of the eastern range facing the valley, the kings of the Mount of the North, are listed in the book of Joshua as having been defeated. A place called Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon is listed as captured.
I gotta make pancakes.
Whether Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon is just another name for Baal Becca is uncertain. We are told in Judges 1:33 that the tribe of Naphtali did not disinherit the dwellers of Beth Shemesh, the abode of Shemesh, the sun god, and that could be a reference to the site, for the later Greeks called the place Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Though later the territories under kings David and Solomon extended to include Beth Shemesh, it was only temporarily so. The primary failure to establish Israelite hegemony over the northern space-related site made it available to others. A century and a half after the Exodus, the Egyptians attempted to take possession of that available landing space, but were met by an opposing Hittite army. The epic battle is described in words and illustrations on the walls of Karnak's temples.
I'm making green eggs and ham, woman. There ain't no pancakes over here.
But the war and the battle exhausted both sides so much that the landing place, was left in the hands of the local Phoenician kings of Tyre, Sidon, and Babylos, the biblical devil. The prophets Ezekiel and Amos, who called it the place of the gods, as well as the Eden abode, recognized it as belonging to the Phoenicians. The Phoenician kings of the first millennium BCE were well aware of the site's significance and purpose, with its depiction on a Phoenician coin from Byblos. The prophet Ezekiel admonished the king of Tyre for wholly believing that, having been to the sacred site of the Elohim, he had himself become a god. Thou hast been to a sacred mount. As a god wearest thou, moving within the fiery stones. And you became haughty, saying, a god am I, at the place of the Elohim I was. But you are just man, not God. It was at that time that the prophet Ezekiel, in exile in the old country, near Haran on the Kabur River, saw divine visions of a celestial chariot, a flying saucer. But that tale must be postponed to a later chapter. Here it is more important to note that of the two space-related sites, only Jerusalem was retained by the followers of Yahweh. The first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, known as the Torah, the teachings, cover the story from creation, Adam and Noah, to the patriarchs and Joseph in Genesis. The other 4 books, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, tell the story of the Exodus on the one hand, on the other hand, enumerate the rules and regulations of the new religion of Yahweh. That a new religion encompassing a new and priestly way of life was promulgated is explicitly made clear. You shall neither do what is done in the land of Egypt where you have dwelt, nor as is wont in the land of Canaan whence I am bringing you. You shall neither behave like them nor follow their statutes. Leviticus 18, 2-3. Having established the basics of the faith, you shall have no other God before me, and its moral and ethical code, as just in the 10 Commandments, they follow page after page of detailed dietary requirements, rules for priestly rites and vestments, medical teachings, agricultural directives, architectural instruction, family and sexual conduct regulations, property and criminal laws, and so on. They reveal extraordinary knowledge thank you. They reveal extraordinary knowledge in virtually every scientific discipline, expertise in metals and textiles, acquaintance with legal systems and societal issues, familiarity with lands, history, customs, and gods of other nations, and certain numerological preferences. The theme of 12, as in the 12 tribes of Israel, or in the 12 months of the year, is obvious. Obvious, too, is the predilection for 7, most predominantly in the realm of festivals and rituals, and in establishing a week of 7 days and consecrating the 7th day as the Sabbath. 40 is a special number, as in 40 days and 40 nights, that Moses spent upon Mount Sinai, or the 40 years decreed for the Israelite wandering in the Sinai wilderness. These are numbers familiar to us from the Sumerian tales. The 12 of the solar system and the 12-month calendar of Nippur, the 7 as the planetary number of the earth, when the Anunnaki counted from the outside in, and of Enlil as earth commander, the 40 as Ea, Enki, the miracle reign. The number of 50 is also present. 50, as the reader knows, was a number with sensitive aspects. It was the original rank number of Enlil and the stand-in rank of his heir apparent, Ninurta. And more significantly, in the days of the Exodus, it connotated symbolism to Marduk and its 50 names. Extra attention is therefore called for when we find that 50 was granted extraordinary importance. It was used to create a new unit of time, the 50-year Jubilee. While the calendar of Nippur was clearly adopted as the calendar by which the festivals and other Israelite religious rites were to be observed, special regulations were dictated for the 50th year. It was given a special name, that of a Jubilee year. A hallowed Jubilee year it shall be unto you, Leviticus chapter 25. In such a year, unprecedented freedoms were to take place. The count was to be done by counting the New Year's Day of Atonement for 7 years, sevenfold, 49 times. Then on the Day of Atonement, on the year thereafter, the 50th year, the trumpet call, the ram's horn, was to be sounded throughout the land, and freedom was to be proclaimed for the land and all who dwelt in it. People should return to their families, property should return to its original owners. All land and house sales shall be redeemable and undone. Slaves who have been treated at all times as hired help shall be set free. And liberty shall begin the land itself by leaving it fallow that year. As much as the concept of a year of freedom is novel and unique, the choice of 50 as a calendrical unit seems odd. We've adopted 100 as century as a convenient unit of time. And the name given to such a once in 50 year is even more intriguing. The word that is translated, Jubilee, is Yabel in the Hebrew Bible, and it means a ram. So one can say that what was decreed was a year of the ram, to repeat itself every 50 years, to be announced by sounding the ram's horn. Both the choice of 50 for the new time unit and its name raised the unavoidable question. Was there a hidden aspect here related to Marduk and his age of the ram? Were the Israelites told to keep counting 50 years until some significant divine event relating either to the age of the ram or to the holder of the rank of 50, when everything shall turn
green
back
eggs
to
and
the
ham.
beginning?
I ain't got no pancakes.
While no obvious answer is offered in those
Look
biblical
at green eggs
chapters,
and
one cannot
ham.
avoid searching for clues by pursuing a significant and very similar year unit on the other side of the world, not 50, but 52.
So that
It
was
was the secret number of the Mesoamerican god Quetzalcoatl. Aha, we know Quetzalcoatl was also Tom, who, according to Aztec and Maya legends, gave them civilization, including their 3 calendars. In Lost Realms, we have identified Quetzalcoatl as the Egyptian god Thoth, whose secret number was 52.
Good morning.
a calendrical-based number for it represented the 52 weeks of 7 days in a solar year. The oldest of the three Mesoamerican calendars is known as the long count.
Again,
It counted the number of
you
days
still hungry?
from day one.
Good morning. Good morning.
Of August 13, 3113 BCE. Alongside this continuous but linear calendar, there were two cyclical calendars.
Cyclical.
One called the Hob was a solar year calendar of 365 days divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus an additional 5 special days at the year's end. The other was called
I got a booger on my tweezers.
A sacred calendar of only 260 days, composed of a 20-day unit rotated 13 times. The two cyclical calendars were then meshed together as two geared wheels to create the
I got regular egg and bacon, and I got green eggs and ham.
When these two
wake and
counts
bake.
returned to their common starting point and started
I don't have the other
again.
pipe made yet. I got to
This
still make the
bundle
pipe.
of 52 years was a most important unit of time because it was linked to the promise of Columbus, who at some point left Mesoamerica to return on his sacred year. The Mesoamerican people therefore used to gather on mountains every 52 years.
I mean, if you're going to fuck it up right.
In one such sacred year, 1519,
don't fuck it up wrong, because then you're just showing you don't know how to say it.
Was welcomed by the king.
I always plural things with a Z, like cyclicals. You know, people are like, what the fuck is he talking about? See, that fucks with your program. But it doesn't say that I'm stupid, because I know it's cyclical. But if I say cyclicals,
was the Jubilee year intended to serve a similar purpose?
I know you are, Pollyanna. I can tell.
Your time unit is meshed with the zodiacal cyclical unit of 72. The time shift.
You're bad.
The time that shift of 1 degree requires.
Now you need breakfast.
We arrived at 3600.
I done made eggs and bacon and green eggs and ham.
Which was the
I'm on for breakfast. I ain't even had bed yet.
By linking a Jubilee calendar in
it's even got the ham bone in there.
Orbit, was the biblical God saying,
I got my dot on it, or my holder.
Some 2,000 years
it's
ago,
got the ham bone
Jubilee was a divinely inspired time unit for predicting the future, for calculating when
green
the
eggs
time will announce its return. That recognition underlies one of the most important post-biblical books known as the Book of Jubilees.
I'm not. I don't know you that well yet.
From its Greek and
I
wouldn't
wish that on my worst enemy.
As fragments found among the Dead Sea Scrolls confirm, based on earlier
we could get some GoPros and compare. Somehow,
all scholars agree of
expectations at the time when I get the idea. You just a little bit, a little bit more excited than I get sometimes.
The very task that we have undertaken. Let's get to chapter 9 there. Next,
Pollyanna scared me.
Pick up on that next time. I've
said that since day one.
Stuff.
So you scary.
Yeah.
She is. Boy, don't get out of line around her. I have watched her go up and down somebody. And I've been like, damn, that girl. That girl's just like I am.
is a person, and that anything to do with him being a planet is absolutely.
And she ain't afraid to fucking tell nobody either.
And then we're talking about the return of this Marduk character.
Look at her.
And the return of the planet, and he constantly goes back to that, even after he already affirms that Marduk is an individual, a god.
It's a
reeks of this, reinforcement of this Nibiru as the destroyer.
GoPro off.
Which I think is just total bull. I've never seen any proof of that.
See the reactions of people.
Cross on the Horizon is the chapter we start.
It's got to be about the best TV show ever.
About 50 years after the Israelites' exodus, highly unusual religious developments took place in Egypt. Some scholars view it as monotheism, perhaps under the influence of the revelations at Mount Sinai. What they have in mind is the reign of Amenhotep, sometimes referred to as
the
fourth, who left Thebes.
You're a girl. You don't.
Gave up the worship of Ammon. He declared Aten.
You don't typically expect a lady to be acting like me.
Another harbinger of an expected return.
But it's quite refreshing.
The pharaoh in question is better known by the new name he had adopted, Akhenaten, and the new capital and religious center that he had established.
Yeah, that's what it's very refreshing.
By the site's modern name.
Seeing somebody strong in their knowledge like that. It's like, damn, homegirl does her fucking homework and then she gets like behind it.
Scion of Egypt's famed 18th dynasty, Akhenaten reigned from 1379 to 1360.
But I see you do the homework too. You ain't just out there behind a whole bunch of fucking stupid shit.
The priesthood of Amen in Thebes led the opposition, presumably because it was deprived of its position to power and wealth. There is a quite possible that the intentions genuinely on religious grounds for Akhenaten's successors.
Oh, now I gotta make something to put my green eggs and ham on.
The inclusion of Ra Amen in their theophoric names. No sooner was Akhenaten gone than the new capital, its temples and its palace were torn down and systematically destroyed. Nevertheless, the remains that archaeologists have found throw enough light on Akhenaten and his religion. The notion that the worship of the Aten was a form of monotheism, the worship of a sole universal creator, stems primarily from some of the hymns to the Aten that have been found. They include such verses as, "O sole God, like whom there is no other. The world came into being by thy hand." The fact that in a clear departure from Egyptian customs, representation of this god in anthropomorphic form is strictly forbidden sounds very much like Yahweh's prohibition in the Ten Commandments against making any graven images to worship. Additionally, some portions of the hymns to Aten read as if they were clones of the biblical Psalms. O living Aten, how manifold are thy works! They are hidden from the sight of men, O sole God, beside whom there is no other. Thou didst create the earth according to thy desire, whilst thou wast alone. The famed Egyptologist James H. Breslin captured the above verses to Psalm 104, compared the above verses to Psalm 104, beginning with verse 24. O Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all. In earth is full of thy riches. The similarity, however, arises not because the two Egyptian hymn and biblical psalm copy each other, but because both speak of the same celestial God of the Sumerian epic of creation, of Nibiru, that shaped the heavens and created the earth, imparting it to the seed of life. Virtually every book on ancient Egypt will tell you that the Aten disk that Akhenaten made, the central object of worship, represented the benevolent sun. If so, it was odd that in a marked departure from Egyptian temple architecture that oriented temples to the solstices on a southeast-northwest axis, Akhenaten oriented his Aten temple on an east-west axis, but had it facing west, away from the sun at sunrise. If he was expecting a celestial reappearance from a direction opposite to that of where the sun rises, it could not be the sun. A close reading of the hymns reveals that Akhenaten's star god was not Ra as Ammon the Unseen, but a different kind of Ra. It was the celestial god who had exited from primeval time, the one who renews himself as it reappears in all its glory, a celestial god that was going afar and returning. On a daily basis, those words could indeed apply to the sun, but on a long-term basis, the description fitted Ra only as Nibiru, or as we've established Marduk. This is my problem with Sitchin. He keeps always trying to take it back to this is talking about a planet when he's established already that when he's
talking about a whole system. Ra, the sun.
And that
See, he doesn't have what we have.
Who's coming to
it's talking about Ra's son, not
the return of some planet. That's symbolic for the return of and the devastation that, will unleash when this person allegedly comes back. And I'm not, saying I believe that or anything. I'm just saying that he backtracks and establishes these things, and then he goes back and he just seems like he's constantly trying to so no wonder people are brought into this, because he constantly reinforces this idea that Nibiru is a planet while simultaneously telling us that
it is
Ra or Marduk.
It is.
God.
It's both. They took on the personification to confuse us. Look how well it works, Josh. You're confused, and you're the one reading this shit to us. Wow.
Go and set yourself up as a god.
Figure it out. I thought he figured it out.
That's what the problem I have with it. Every turn he tries to take it back to that Nibiru is a planet thing.
I hope you brushed your teeth, young man.
It's not the case from just
walked it off.
His own words.
You locked that door?
And now Akhenaten announced it was coming back in all its
glory. That didn't
glory.
sound very confident.
Attends hymns prophesied his reappearance, with return, beautiful on the horizon of heaven.
In your hairy lips.
Beautiful, strong, ushering a time of peace and benevolence to all. These words express clear messianic expectations that have nothing to do with the sun. In support of the Aten is the sun explanation, various depictions of Akhenaten are offered. They show him and his wife blessed by or praying to a rayed star. I actually have a papyrus print of that actually came from Egypt.
You see what that is?
Actually hanging on my wall.
You ever heard of it?
And I mean, I've always thought it was misrepresented, because it shows giants with smaller people. It shows Akhenaten as a giant and smaller people next to him, narrating what most people would tell you was the sun. But it's clear that that's not the sun. It's clear to me that that's either Sirius.
I know it looks like a mallet. If it was
or another star system, possibly that depicts the location that these gods travel to in their stargate and remain for a period of time, until at such time when the alignments happen where these planetary systems and star systems align with Earth again, and they can travel back down and inhabit a physical human body again. And I believe that that's representatory of all of the messianic return stories that we have on this planet today.
Love you. Lock that door. Whatever.
The hymns,
right.
In support of the Aten is the sun, him and his wife are blessed by or praying to a rayed star. It is the sun, say most Egyptologists. The hymns do refer to the Aten as manifestations of Ra, which the Egyptologists who have deemed Ra to be the sun means that Aten too represented the sun. But if Ra was Marduk and the celestial Marduk was Nibiru, then Aten too represented Nibiru and not the sun.
Ra represented the blue sun that you guys just haven't figured out yet.
On coffin lids that clearly show the 12 zodiacal constellations.
It's a fucking
the rayed sun and other members of the solar system.
magnet signature
Ra, the planet
of a sun.
Of millions of years, is shown as an extra planet in its own large separate celestial barometer.
Not shown as extra planet, shown as a sun.
With a pictorial hieroglyph for God in it.
You guys say it's a planet. It's not a planet.
What then was Akhenaten's innovation, or rather digression, from the official religious line? At its core, his transgression was the same old debate that had been taking place 720 years earlier about timing. Then the issue was, has Marduk or Ra's time for supremacy come? Has the age of the ram begun in the heavens? Akhenaten shifted the issue from the celestial time, the zodiacal clock, to divine time, the Nibiru's orbital time, changing the question to when will the unseen celestial God reappear and become visible and beautiful on the horizon of heaven? His greatest heresy in the eyes of the priests of Amun and Ra can be judged by the fact that he erected a special monument honoring the Ben, an object that had been revered generations earlier as the vehicle in which Ra had arrived on Earth from the heavens. Right? It's a pyramid-shaped spaceship, and that's what they show Ra and Marduk coming to Earth in the Roland Emmerich movie Stargate, the film with Kurt Russell. And that's what he is. They show him as like this spirit alien being thing. And he just inhabits the human body since he saw it was a god. That film really does a great job at depicting a lot of this stuff. And every one of Roland Emmerich's movies that he's done have some kind of, seems like he's a Highlander Mason. Strictly because his newest work, Anonymous, plays into the conspiracy about William Shakespeare, but totally attracts the attention away from Sir Francis Bacon and the Masonic connection and diverts it back to, okay, well, yeah, it wasn't actually Shakespeare who wrote all those works, but it was some other guy. Yeah, sure. Nice job there. But yeah, go look up Roland Emmerich's the list of movies that he's done, and go and watch some of those, and you'll laugh because they all have this kind of stuff embedded in them. The Bin was an object that had been revered generations earlier as the vehicle which Ra had arrived on Earth in the heavens. It was an indication, we believe, that what he expected in connection with the 10 was a reappearance. A return not just of the planet of the gods, but another arrival, a new coming of the gods themselves. This, we must conclude, was the innovation, the difference introduced by Akhenaten in defiance of the priestly establishment, and no doubt prematurely in their opinion. He was announcing the coming of a new messianic time. This heresy was aggravated by the fact that Akhenaten's pronouncements about the returning of 10 were accompanied by a personal claim. Akhenaten increasingly referred to himself as the god's prophet's son, one who came forth from the god's body, and to whom alone the deity's plans were revealed. There is no other that knoweth thee except thy son, Akhenaten. Thou hast made him wise in thy plans. Okay, so Akhenaten was the first Jesus, huh? And this too was unacceptable to the Theban priests of Ammon. As soon as Akhenaten was gone, and it was uncertain how, they restored the worship of Ammon, the unseen god, and smashed and destroyed all that Akhenaten had erected.
Yeah.
That the 10 episode in Egypt as the introduction of the Jubilee, the year of the Ram, were the stirrings of a wider expectation of the return of a celestial star god, is evident from yet another biblical reference to the Ram. Yet another manifestation of a countdown to the return. It is the record of an unusual incident at the end of the Exodus. It is a tale that is replete with puzzling aspects, and one that ends with a divinely inspired vision of things to come. The Bible repeatedly declared divination by examining animal entrails, consulting with spirits, soothsaying, enchanting, conjuring, and fortune-telling to be abominations unto Yahweh. All manners of sorcery practiced by other nations that the Israelites must avoid. At the same time, it asserted, quoting Yahweh himself, that dreams, oracles, and visions could be legitimate ways of divine communication. Oh, well, see. It is such a distinction that explains why the book of Numbers devotes 3 long chapters, 22 to 24, to tell approvingly the story of a non-Israelite seer and oracle teller. His name was Bilam, rendered Balaam, as in Balaam, in English Bibles. The events described in those chapters took place when the Israelites, the children of Israel in the Bible, having left the Sinai Peninsula, went around the Dead Sea on the east, advancing northward as they encountered the small kingdoms that occupied the land east of the Dead Sea and the Jordan River. Moses sought from their king permission for peaceful passage, and was by and large refused. The Israelites, having just defeated the Ammonites, who did not let them pass through peacefully, now were encamped in the plains of Moab, on the side of the Jordan that is opposite Jericho, waiting the Moabite king's permission to pass through the land. Unwilling to let the horde pass, yet afraid to fight them, the king of Moab, Balak the son of Zippor, had a bright idea. He sent emissaries to fetch an internationally renowned seer, Balaam the son of Beor, and have him put a curse on these people for me, to make it possible to defeat and chase them away. Balaam had to be entreated several times before he accepted the assignment. First at Balaam's home, somewhere near the Euphrates River, and then on the way to Moab, an angel of God, and in the word in Hebrew, Malach, literally means emissary, appears and gets involved in the proceedings. He is sometimes visible and sometimes invisible. That means he's a deity or a demon. I mean, not deity, it means he's a demon or an entity. The angel allows Balaam to accept the assignment only after making sure that Balaam understands that he is to utter only divinely inspired omens. Puzzlingly, Balaam calls Yahweh my God when he repeats this condition, first to the king's ambassadors and then to the Moabite king himself. A series of oracular settings are then arranged. The king takes Balaam to a hilltop in which he can see the whole Israelite encampment, and on the seer's instructions he erects 7 altars, sacrifices 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and awaits the oracle. But from Balaam's mouth come words not of accusation, but of praise for the Israelites. The persistent Moabite king then takes Balaam to another mount from which just the edge of the Israelite encampment can be seen, and the procedure is repeated a second time, another ritual. But again, Balaam's oracle blesses rather than curses the Israelites. Now, how about that? I see them coming out of Egypt, protected by a God, spreading ram's horns, he says. It is a nation destined for kingship, a nation that, like a lion, will rise. Determined to try again, the king now takes Balaam to a hilltop that faces the desert, facing away from the Israelite encampment. Maybe the gods will let you proclaim curses there, he says. 7 altars are again erected on which 7 bullocks and 7 rams are sacrificed. But the land now sees the Israelites in their future not with human eyes, but in a divine vision. For the second time he sees the nation protected as it came out of Egypt by a God with spreading rain horns, and he envisions Israel as a nation like a lion will rise. And the more about king protests, Balaam explains that no matter what gold or silver he be offered, he can utter only the words that God puts in his mouth. So the frustrated king gives up and lets Balaam go. But now Balaam offers the king some advice. Let me tell you what the future holds, he says to the king. That which will come about to this nation and to your people at the end of days. He proceeds to describe the divine vision of the future by relating it to a star. I see it, though not now. I behold it, though it is not near. A star of Jacob is on its course. A scepter from Israel will arise. Moab's borders it will crush. All the children of Seth will unsettle. Balaam then turned and cast his eyes toward the Edomites, Amalekites, Kenites, and other Canaanite nations, and pronounced an oracle thereon. Those who will survive the wrath of Jacob shall fall into the hands of Assyria. Then Assyria's turn will come and shall forever perish. And having pronounced that oracle, Balaam rose up and went back to his place in Balak 2 and on his way.
The green eggs and ham.
Balaam episode has naturally been the subject of discussion and debate by biblical and theological scholars.
The green eggs
It
and ham.
remains baffling and unsolved. The text switches effortlessly between references to the Elohim God in the plural and to Yahweh, the sole God, as the divine presence. It gravely transgresses the Bible's most basic prohibition by applying to the God who brought the Israelites out of Egypt a physical image, and then compounds the transgression by envisioning him in the image of a ram with spreading horns, an image that has been the Egyptian depiction of Canaan from time immemorial. The approving attitude towards a professional seer of the Bible that prohibited soothsaying, conjuring, and so on adds to the feeling that the whole tale was originally a non-Israelite tale. And yet, the Bible incorporated it, devoting it substantial space. So the incident and its message must have been considered a significant prelude to the Israelite possession of the promised land. That right there, folks, we just read, the Baal word, that's when they I've known that about religion for the longest time. That whole thing we just read in that section there, folks, represents
There's the egg.
The idea of the worship of Baal, these horn, demonic type of negative entities, but creating a religion that parades this worship as the worship of a benevolent, loving God. When in reality, it's the worship that from the time I was a little kid, folks, I don't know why. I never explained this. The first time I went into a church when I was 5 or 6 years old, I knew it was a scam. I knew it was a lie. I knew it was not the truth. And I felt as if I was being forced to worship a dark and negative energy and being told that this was Jesus and this was loving and caring. And I, from a very young age, wanted nothing to do with religion. My parents weren't big churchgoers. They didn't make us go to church and all that stuff. You know, my dad considered himself a Christian and you know, believed the Bible and stuff. But he was also, you know, especially towards the end, he loved ancient aliens, man. My dad really got into that when it came on and was like, you know, man, this is shit you've been telling me about for years. You know, and he said to me, not so long before he died, he said to me, absolutely, he believed that, you know, the Bible and all that stuff and all the religious stuff was, you know, was from extraterrestrials and you know, he absolutely was convinced of that, you know, and that he'd known that for a long time, but he just didn't, you know, he didn't have, you know, the internet or whatever else to be able to prove it. But that the whole thing right there just really represents this idea because they were really worshiping was Baal. They were really worshiping the dark demonic entities. The Egyptians were telling the slaves that the sun was God. Meanwhile, they were worshiping their own Trinity and their own everything else behind closed doors. And I think that that's represented in modern religion today. Everybody thinks they're worshiping, you know, Jesus or whatever else is actually worshiping and putting their power and energy and devotion into a negative deity they're being told is positive, and that's why we live in a world of such complete negative energy.
They're still here.
And why we live in the world we live in today. Because everybody in the whole world that believes in religion believes they're believing in this loving God, but in reality, they're worshiping somebody who set themselves up as a God. And by being a part of any of these man-made world religions, we are damning ourselves
very much
to in the eyes of the eternal light that exists in all of us.
Yeah. Pretty much, Josh.
I definitely believe in a higher power. I definitely believe there's a positive force in the universe that's both positive and negative, and that we can draw on.
But it ain't in that book I ever read.
You know, there is something in the beyond, but we gotta start understanding that these religions have been set there to control us. Period. In the story.
Period. In the story.
And it's so much deeper on you know below the
politics,
surface. You know, it's not just
the crown Vatican,
I think we're gonna leave it right there for tonight. Wow, it's just powerful stuff. I'm gonna go back and listen to that one again and go back and read that again yourself. The text suggests that Balaam, or Baal, as we talked about last time, an option of Baal, was an Armenian residing somewhere up the Euphrates River. And his prophetic oracles expanded from the fate of the children of Jacob to the place of Israel among the nations to oracles regarding the future of such other nations, even of distant and yet to come imperial Assyria. The oracles are thus an expression of the wider non-Israelite expectations of the time. By including the tale, the Bible combines the Israelite destiny with the mankind's universal expectations. Those expectations, the Balaam tale indicates, were channeled along two paths. The zodiacal cycle on the one hand, and the returning stars course on the other hand. So the Marduk is established. The zodiacal references are strongest regarding the age of the ram and its god, Marduk. At the time of the Exodus, it became oracular and prophetic as the seer Balaam envisions the future. The zodiacal constellation symbols of the bull and the ram, bullocks and rams for sevenfold sacrifices, and the lion, when the royal trumpet shall be heard in Israel, are invoked in Numbers chapter 23. And it is when envisioning that distant future that the Balaam text employs the significant term at the end of days as the time in which the prophetic oracles apply. This term directly links these non-Israelite prophecies to the destiny of Jacob's offspring, because it was used by Jacob himself as he lay on his deathbed and gathered his children to hear oracles regarding their future. Genesis chapter 49, come gather together, he said, that I may tell you that which shall befall you at the end of days. The oracles individually stated for each one of the 12 future tribes of Israel are deemed by many to be related to the 12 zodiacal constellations. And what about the Star of Jacob? Zodiacal by Balaam. In scholarly biblical discussions, it is usually considered in an astrological rather than an astronomical context at best. And more often than not, the tendency has been to deem the reference to Jacob's star as purely figurative. But what if the reference was indeed to a star orbiting on its course, a planet prophetically seen that it is not yet visible? Duh. What if Balaam, like Akhenaten, was speaking of the return and the reappearance of Nibiru? Such a return, it must be realized, would be an extraordinary event that occurs once in several millennia, an event that had repeatedly signified the most profound watersheds in the affairs of gods and men. This is not just a rhetorical question. In fact, the unfolding events were increasingly indicating that an overwhelming significant occurrence was in the offing. Within a century or so, the preoccupations and predictions regarding the returning planet that we find in the tales of the Exodus, Balaam, and Akhenaten's Egypt, Babylon itself started to provide evidence of such widespreading expectations, and the most prominent clue was the sign of the cross. In Babylon, the time was that of the Cussite dynasty, which we have written of earlier. Little has remained of their reign in Babylon itself. And as stated earlier, those kings did not excel in keeping royal records, but they did leave behind telltale depictions and international correspondence of letters on clay tablets. It was in the ruins of Aten, Akhenaten's capital, a site now known as Tel El Amarna in Egypt, that the famed El Amara tablets were discovered. Of the 380 clay tablets, all except 3 were inscribed in the Akkadian language, which was then the language of international diplomacy. While some of the tablets represented copies of royal letters sent from an Egyptian court, the bulk were original letters received from foreign kings. The cache was the royal diplomatic archive of Akhenaten, and the tablets were predominantly correspondence he had received from the kings of Babylon. Did Akhenaten use those exchanges of letters with his counterparts in Babylon to tell them of his newfound Aten religion? We really don't know, for all we have are a Babylonian king's letters to Akhenaten in which he complained that gold sent to him was found short in weight, and that his ambassadors were robbed on the way to Egypt, or that the Egyptian king failed to inquire about his health. Yet the frequent exchanges of ambassadors and other emissaries, even offers of intermarriage, as well as the calling of the Egyptian king my brother by the Babylonian king, must lead to a conclusion that the hierarchy in Babylon was fully aware of the religious goings-on in Egypt. And if Babylon wondered, what is this Ra as a returning star commotion, Babylon must have realized that it was a reference to Marduk as a returning star, meaning Nibiru orbiting back. With the tradition of celestial observations to much older and more advanced Mesopotamia than in Egypt, it is of course possible that the royal astronomers of Babylon had come to conclusions regarding Nibiru's return without Egyptian aid, and even ahead of the Egyptians.
The reality.
As it may, it was in the 13th century BCE that the Cussite kings of Babylon started to signal in a variety of ways their own fundamental religious changes.
Sitchin got that absolutely
in 1260 BCE, a new
fucking
king ascended the
backwards.
throne in Babylon and adopted the name Kardashian Enlil.
And I can prove it.
Surprisingly venerated Enlil. It was no passing gesture, for he was followed on the throne for the next century by Cussite kings.
I can prove it.
Names venerating not only Enlil, but also Adad, and surprising gesture, suggesting
I already did it.
That something unusual was expected with further evidence.
I don't have to because I already did it.
that were set up as boundary markers, inscribed with a text stating the terms of the border treaty or land grant,
it's like that.
and the oaths taken to uphold it. The Kaduru was sanctified by symbols of the celestial gods. The divine zodiacal symbols, all 12 of them, were
zodiacal.
Above them were emblems of the sun, the moon, and Nibiru. In another depiction, Nibiru was shown in the company of Earth, the seventh planet, and the moon, and the umbilical cutter symbol for Ninma.
Yeah.
Significantly, Nibiru was depicted no longer by the winged disc symbol, but rather in a new way as the planet of the radiating cross, befitting its inscription by the Sumerians in the olden days as a radiating planet about to become the planet of the crossing.
Yeah.
This way of showing the long unobserved Nibiru by a symbol of a radiating cross began to become more common, and soon the Kassite kings of Babylon simplified the symbol to just a sign of the cross, replacing it with the winged disc symbol on their royal seals. This cross symbol, which looks like the much later Christian Maltese cross, is known in studies of the ancient Gothic as a Kassite cross. That's very important to understand the origins of the Maltese cross, and when you see that being used, when you come back to these Kassite kings that were, using the name of the mill, these were demigods. These were the ones that were in charge of that. These very people, the Knights of Malta and the rest of the stuff, go back to this day. So that's the origins of the priestcraft right there. As another depiction indicates, the symbol of the cross was for a planet, clearly not the same as the sun, which is simply shown along the same main crescent on the 6-point star symbol for Mars. As the first millennium BCE began, the Jewish sign of the cross spread from Babylonia to seal designs in nearby lands. In the absence of Kassite religious or literary text, it was a matter of conjecture what messianic expectations might have accompanied these changes in the picture. Whatever they were, they intensified the ferocity of the attacks by the Israelite states, Assyria, Elam, or Babylon, and their opposition to Marduk's hegemony. Those attacks delayed but did not prevent the eventual adoption of the sign of the cross in Syria itself. As royal monuments reveal, it was worn most conspicuously by Assyrian kings on their chests near their hearts, the way devout Catholics wear the cross nowadays. Religiously and astronomically, it was the most significant gesture. There was also a widespread manifestation as suggested by the fact that in Egypt too, the pictures were found of a king god wearing like his Assyrian counterparts, the sign of the cross on his chest. The doctrine of the sign of the cross was the emblem of the Jew in Babylon, Assyria, and elsewhere, was not a surprising innovation. The sign had been used before by the Sumerians and Akkadians. Nibiru let crossing be its name, the epic of creation stated, and accordingly, symbol of the cross, had been employed in Sumerian linguistics to denote Nibiru, but then it always signified its return into the beginning. In the Lunar Elite, the epic of creation clearly stated that after the celestial battle of Tiamat, the invader made a grand orbit around the sun and returned the scene of the battle. Since Tiamat orbited the sun in a thing called the eclipse, and the moon was a subsurface on the view, it is to that place in the heavens that the invader has to return. When it does so, orbit after orbit after orbit, to the day that it crosses the plane of the eclipse. A simple way to illustrate this would be to show the orbital path of the well-known Venus comet. The simulation of greatly reduced scale of the moon. The combined orbit moves it as near to the sun from the south and below the ecliptic meaning Venus. The arches of that the ecliptic and next continue around the sun stays below the Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. When it comes down and crosses the ecliptic to the sun, the moon celestial body is hidden. The crossing marks X when it is gone, only to come back as its orbital destiny prescribes. That point in the heavens and in time is called the crossing. It is then the Lunar Elite stated that the planet of the Anunnaki becomes the planet of the cross. Sumerian texts dealing with the landmark of the Earth and mankind saga provide specific indications regarding the periodic appearance of the planet of the Anunnaki, approximately 3,600 years, and always at crucial junctures in Earth's and mankind's history. It was at such times that the planet was called Nibiru. and its biblical depictions, even in early Sumerian times, wore the cross. That record began with the deluge. Several texts dealing with the deluge associated the watershed catastrophe with the appearance of the celestial god Nibiru in the age of the lion, circa 10,900 BCE. It was the constellation of the lion that measured the waters of the deep. One text described the appearance of Nibiru at deluge time as a radiating star and depicted it accordingly. When they shall call out flooding, it is the god Nibiru, Lord whose shining crown with terror is laden. Daily within the lion he is a fire. The planet returned, reappeared, and again became Nibiru when mankind was granted farming and husbandry. And then 8th millennium BCE depictions on cylinder fields illustrating the beginning of agriculture used the sign of the cross to show Nibiru visible in earth skies. Finally, and most memorably for the Sumerians, the planet was visible once again when Anu and Antu came to Earth on a state visit circa 4000 BCE in the age of the bull. The city that was later known for a millennia as Uruk was established in their honor. A ziggurat was erected until it stages the appearance of the planet on the horizon as the night sky darkened with observed. When the viewers came into view a shout went up. The Creator's image has arisen, and all present broke into hymnal songs of praise for the planet of the Lord of the New. Nibiru's appearance at the start of the age of the bull meant that at the time of heliacal rising, when dawn begins but the horizon is still dark enough to see the stars, the constellation in the background was that of Taurus. The fast-moving Nibiru, arching in the skies as it circled the sun, soon descended back to cut across the planetary plane in the ecliptic to the point of the crossing. There, the crossing was observed against the background of the constellation of the Lion. Several depictions on cylinder seals and in astronomical tablets used the cross symbol to indicate Nibiru's arrival when Earth was in the age of the bull, and its crossing was observed in the constellation of the Lion. The change from the winged disc symbol to the sign of the cross thus was not an innovation. It was a reverting to the way in which the celestial Lord had been depicted in earlier times, but only when in its great orbit it crossed the ecliptic and became Nibiru. As in the past, the renewed display of the sign of the cross signified reappearance, coming back into view, and return. That is the end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 we'll pick up next time, the day of the Lord. Oh, good Lord. Yes, the day of the Lord. Chapter 11, let's pick up next time. More and more interesting stuff. I like how we got into stuff. Yeah, I mean, that makes me, going back to the Hittites and, that sign of the cross and, that first incarnation of the Maltese cross being used by, direct descendants of Enlil. To me, it's like, boy, that's everything you need to know about why Alex Jones and these guys will tell you not to look into this information. It all makes sense to me now. I mean, I'm trying to get other people to see it as well. A lot of people are, but it's just easier to faith and with a moral and ethical compass of their own kings and people. They will also be observers and predictors on the world arena by possessing uncannily accurate knowledge of goings on in distant lands, of set intrigues before the capital, and of which gods will worship there. Plus amazing knowledge of history, geography, trade routes, and military campaigns. They often combine quick awareness of the present with knowledge of the past to propel the future. This is exactly what we should be doing. That's really what we say is the key. Some ways that people who've gone before us have done. So the Hebrew prophet Yahweh was not only rely on God supreme, and not only God of the gods Elohim, but a universal God of all nations in the whole earth, of the universe. That is opposed with the heaven of heavens, prepare for his creation, earth and its people. Everything that has happened was by his will, and his will was carried out by influence, be it angels, be it a king, be it a nation. Adopting the theory of distinction between predetermined destiny and free will fate, the prophets believed that the future should be foretold because it was all pre-planned on the way thereto. Things could change.
Twisted donut.
A series was there.
3 hole.
God's rod of wrath. Other nations were punished, but they still got his foot at the day of the or out of jail before they fell.
Green eggs, ham, waiting bacon.
Motherfucker, waiting bag! The Brotherhood, as they called it, attempted to essentially from the terminology of the Rising stuff, set up a world government essentially. A global government where people were really depressed and when the Olympics was there. So, yeah, there definitely is a history with that. The problem seems to be delivering a secret necessarily in regard to current events, but also in respect to the future. Our data has been brought up at many times in respect to really wow. In all the nations, Israel included shall be judged and punished, as well as look forward to an idyllic time when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. Men shall beat their swords into plowshares, and Zion shall be a light unto all the worlds. Ugh, makes me want to vomit. I don't know why. It just automatic. Just reading that kind of shit just gives me automatic gag reflex.
Fucking ouch! I blew too hard.
Zion shall be a light unto all.
I blew out a gasket in my back.
Contradictions has
There's your
baffled generations of
green eggs and ham for breakfast.
Close examination of the prophet's words leads us to an astounding finding.
We got bacon and eggs already done.
As the day of the Lord. The Messianic time was expected at the end of days, and the two were neither synonymous nor predicted as concurrent events.
I'll be right back.
They were two separate events due to occur at different times. One, the day of the Lord, a day of God's judgment, was about to happen. The other, ushering a benevolent era, was yet to come sometime in the future. Did the words spoken in Jerusalem echo the debates in Nineveh and Babylon regarding which time cycle applies to the future of gods and men? Nibiru's orbital divine time or the zodiacal celestial time? Undoubtedly, as the 8th century BCE was ending, it was clear in all three capitals that the two time cycles were not identical. And in Jerusalem, speaking of the coming day of the Lord, the biblical prophets, in fact, spoke of the return of Nibiru. Ever since it rendered in the opening chapter of Genesis an abbreviated version of the Sumerian epic of creation, the Bible recognized the existence of Nibiru and its periodic return to Earth's vicinity and treated it as another, in this case, celestial manifestation of Yahweh as a universal God. The Psalms and the book of Job speak of an unseen celestial Lord that in the heights of heaven marked out a circuit being orbit. They recalled this as the celestial Lord's first appearance, when he collided with Tiamat, called in the Bible Tihom and nicknamed Rahab or Rabbah, the haughty one, smote her, created the heavens and the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt, and suspend the earth in the void. They also recalled the time when that celestial Lord caused the deluge. The arrival of Nibiru and the celestial collision leading to Nibiru's great orbital circuit were celebrated in the majestic Psalm 19. The heavens bespeak the glory of the Lord. The hammered bracelet proclaims his handiwork. He comes forth as a groom from the canopy, like an athlete who rejoices to run the course. From the end of the heavens he emanates, and his circuit is to their end. It was the nearing of the celestial Lord at the time of the deluge that was held to be the forerunner of what will happen next time the celestial Lord will appear. From Psalm 77, verse 6, pages 719. I shall recall the Lord's deeds, remember thine wonders in antiquity. The waters saw thee, O Lord, and shuddered. Thine splitting sparks went forth, lightning lit up the world. The sound of the thunder was rolling. The earth was agitated and it quaked. The prophets considered those earlier phenomena as the guide for what to expect. They expected the day of the Lord, the prophet Joel, to be a day when the earth shall be agitated, sun and moon shall be darkened.
Imagine that.
Days of darkness in 2012. And the stars shall withhold their shining, a day that is great and terrifying. The prophets,
quite a few of them do hold the shining right now. Go look. It's dark up in the north.
Of the 15 literary prophets was Amos. He began to be God's spokesman.
Good morning, Ajax.
760 BCE. His prophecies covered 3 periods or phases.
Hi there, Sam.
He predicted the Assyrian assaults in the near future, a coming day of judgment, and an end time of peace and plenty. Speaking in the name of the Lord Yahweh, who reveals his secrets to the prophets, he described the day of the Lord as a day when the sun shall set at noon, and the earth shall darken in the midst of daytime, addressing those who worship the planets and star of their gods. He compared the coming day to the events of the deluge, when the day darkened as night and the waters of the seas poured upon the earth, and he warned those worshippers with a rhetorical question. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? For the day of the Lord is darkness and no light. Sounds pretty ominous. The Lord was also through perfect cloud and sunshine. That sounds like darkness and death.
That was Seamus.
The prophecies of the day of the Lord to a specific geographical site, to the mount of the appointed time.
Early in the morning. I guess it is 2:00 here. I guess you hit the rewind and watched earlier.
The place on the northern slopes.
Yeah, it was. Who you think it was?
Had this to say to the king.
That wasn't Patches.
Himself up on it.
Or Chico.
Behold, the day of the Lord cometh with pitiless fury and wrath.
He just looks like a grown man. He's only 16.
The earth desolate and destroy
he got almost as much hair on his fucking face as Daddy.
He too compared what is about to happen to the deluge, recalling the time when the Lord came as a destroying tempest of mighty waves.
So how is it over there in the bright side of the world?
The coming day
it's still quite dark over here.
That will affect the earth. The stars of heaven and its constellations shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened at its rising, and the moon shall not shine its light.
Fucking hurting.
The heavens shall be agitated, and the earth in its place will be shaken, when the Lord of hosts shall be crossing on the day of his wrath. Most noticeable in this prophecy is the identification of the day of the Lord as the time when the Lord of hosts, the celestial, the planetary Lord, shall be crossing.
I made a green eggs and ham
this
pipe
is the very language used
and an egg and bacon pipe.
Tell the invader that battle Tiamat came to be called Nibiru. Crossing shall be its name. Following Isaiah, the prophet Hosea had also foresaw the day of the Lord as a day when heaven and earth shall respond to each other.
On the last go,
phenomenon
how about on this wall?
As we continue to,
it was a little more than one CME.
Find that in the 7th century BCE,
there was an interaction between the two suns.
The day of the Lord shall be
because Rob put off a big old fucking energy shot, and then we blew it back about time.
Done upon the land of Babylon, is what it will do when the day of judgment is approaching and is near. Just before 600 BCE, the prophet Habakkuk prayed to the God who in the near
we're in the quickening. It's going to start getting crazy. Ra's got to reveal himself because right now is the time we need to be rolling back behind him.
Celestial Lord as a radiant planet. The very manner in which
it's time for Earth to get out of the way.
It shall appear,
we're coming to that
from the southern
that
skies.
moment.
The Lord from
in
the south
physics,
shall
it's
covered are the heavens with his halo. His splendor.
Fuck if I know what it's going to be like. I ain't never done it before, but I'll tell you what, it's probably going to be more exciting than today was.
Goes before him, sparks emanate from below. He pauses to measure the earth. He is seen, and the nations tremble.
Hi, Mary. How are you?
Urgency increased as the 6th century BCE began. The day of the Lord is at hand, the prophet Joel announced. The day of the Lord is near, the prophet Obadiah declared. Circa 570 BCE, the prophet Ezekiel was given the following urgent divine message. Son of man, prophesy and say, thus saith the Lord God, howl and bewail for the day is near, the day of the Lord is near. Ezekiel was then away from Jerusalem, having been taken into exile with other Judean leaders by the Babylonians.
Put the donut hole.
The place of exile where Ezekiel's prophecies and same vision of the celestial chariot took place. This was on the banks of the Kabul River in the region of Haran. The location was not a chance one, for the continuing saga of the day of the Lord and of Assyria and Babylon was to be played out where Abraham's journey began. So that's another chapter 11, and we'll continue on here in chapter 12, darkness at noon. Chapter 12, it goes. While the Hebrew prophet predicted darkness at noon, what were the other nations expecting as they awaited the return of the Jews? To judge by the written records and written images, they were expecting the resolution of the odd conflict, benevolent times for mankind, and a great theophany. They were in, as we shall see, for an immense surprise. In anticipation of the great event, the cadres of priests observing the skies in Nineveh and Babylon were mobilized to note celestial phenomenon and interpret their own. The phenomena were meticulously recorded and reported to the kings. Archaeologists have found in the remains of royal and temple libraries tablets with those records and reports that in many instances were arranged according to subject or the planet they were observing. A well-known collection in which some 70 tablets were combined in antiquity was a series titled Enuma Anu Enlil. It reported observations of planets, stars, and constellations classified according to the celestial way of Anu and the way of Enlil, encompassing the sky from 10 degrees south all the way to zenith in the north. At first, the observations were interpreted by the phenomenon to astronomical records.
I just want to smoke some marijuana right now. Fucking ow.
The observational reports extensively used Sumerian terminology and mathematics, and sometimes included a scribal note that they were translated from earlier Sumerian tablets. Such tablets served as astronomers' manuals, telling them from past experience what a phenomenon's oracular meaning was. When the moon in its calculated time is not seen,
you're excited. Well, good.
City. When a comet reaches the path of the sun,
very good.
Field flow will be
I'm excited for you.
An uproar will happen twice. That sounds like magnetic field flow. That sounds about like what we're at right now. I mean, we've got comets pounding into the sun and the magnetic fields being weakened on Earth. When Jupiter goes with Venus,
ain't nothing weakening
the land will reach the gods.
Dear God.
That on Venus too. As time went on, the reports were increasingly of observations accompanied by the omen priest's own interpretation.
Except for all these excuses.
And the night Saturn came near to the moon. Saturn is a planet of the sun. This is the meaning. It is favorable to the king.
Mexico.
The noticeable change, including the paying of particular attention to eclipses. A tablet now in the British Museum listing computer-like columns of numbers serve to predict lunar eclipses 50 years in advance. Modern studies have concluded that the change to the new style of topical astronomy took place in the 8th century BCE after a period of mayhem and royal upheavals in Babylon and Assyria. The two land states were placed in new and strong royal hands. Tiglath-Pileser III in Assyria and Nebuchadnezzar in Babylonia. Nebuchadnezzar, which means protected by Nabu, was hailed already in antiquity as an innovator and a powerhouse in the field of astronomy. One of his first actions was to repair and restore the temple of Shamash in Sippar, the sun god's cult center in ancient Sumer. He also built a new observatory in Babylon, updated the calendar, and instituted daily reporting to the king of celestial phenomena and their meaning. It was primarily due to those measures that a wealth of astronomical data shedding light on subsequent events has come to light.
Poor remnant.
Tiglath-Pileser III was also active in his own ways. His annals describe constant military campaigns and boast of captured cities and executions of local kings and nobility and mass exiles.
I made the Starseed lose it.
Shalmaneser V and Sargon II in the demise of
expecting tiny bubbles and got something else.
And then the attempt by Sennacherib to seize Jerusalem were described in the previous chapter.
Well, now y'all know how I feel or felt the day Ra showed up in Ghost. It broke my bubble. I thought it was my Lady Blue.
Announced that both Ashur and Marduk gave me wisdom, swore oaths in my name of Marduk and Nabu, and started to rebuild the Ezekiel temple in Babylon. In history books,
there wasn't nothing tiny about them bubbles. Been popping the last few days, though. They're heavy
between
duty.
675 and 669 BCE. The invasion's purpose, as far as it can be ascertained, was to stop Egyptian
and
attempts
ain't supposed to be nothing back here at all
and dominate Jerusalem. Noteworthy in the light of subsequent events was the route he chose. Instead of going the shortest way to the southwest, he made a considerable detour and went northward to Haran. There, in the olden temple of the sun god Sin, Esarhaddon sought that god's blessing to embark on the conquest, and Sin, leaning on a staff and accompanied by Nushuku, the divine messenger of the gods, gave his approval. Esarhaddon then did turn southward, sweeping mightily through the lands of the eastern Mediterranean to reach Egypt. Significantly, he detoured away from the prize that Sennacherib failed to seize, Jerusalem. Significantly, too, that invasion of Egypt and the detour away from Jerusalem, as well as Assyria's own eventual fate, had been prophesied by Isaiah decades earlier. Busy geopolitically as Esarhaddon was, he did not neglect the astronomical requirements of those times.
So I'm guessing it's morning for you too.
Dad, he erected in Ashur the city of Assyria's cult center.
Technically,
a house of wisdom.
220. It's 420 somewhere.
And depicted the complete 12-number solar system, including Nibiru on his monuments, leading to a more lavish and sacred precinct. Was a new monumental gate built according to cylinder-sealed depictions to emulate Anu's gateway on Nibiru. It is a clue to what the return expectations in Assyria really were. All those religious political moves suggest that the Assyrians made sure to touch all the bases as far as the gods were concerned. And so by the 7th century BCE, Assyria was ready for the anticipated return of the planet of the gods. Discovered texts, including letters to the kings by their chief astronomers, reveal anticipation of an idyllic utopian time.
Utopian.
Clearly, the expectation was of a planet that will appear, rise in the skies.
Because Marduk's going to come here and kill everybody.
And at its perigee at the crossing become Nibiru, the cross planet. And as the gateway and other construction indicated, with the returning planet, a repeat of the previous visit on Earth by Anu was expected. It was now up to the astronomer priests to watch the heavens for that planetary appearance. But where were they to look in the celestial expanse, and how would they recognize the planet when still in the distant skies? The next Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal, came up with a solution. Historians consider Ashurbanipal to have been the most scholarly of the Assyrian kings, where he had learned other languages besides Akkadian, including Sumerian. And he could even read writings from before the flood. He also boasted that he learned the secret signs of heaven and earth and studied the heavens with
so can we now. Fuck you, Asher.
Some modern researchers also consider him to have been the first archaeologist, for he systematically collected tablets from sites that were already ancient in his time, like Nippur, Uruk, and Sapar, and what used to be Samir. He also sent specialized teams to sort out and loot such tablets from the capitals that the Assyrians overran. The tablets ended up in a famed library where teams of scribes studied, translated, and copied chosen texts from the previous millennia. A visitor to the Museum of the Ancient Near East in Istanbul can see a display of such tablets neatly arranged on the original shelves with each shelf headed by a catalog tablet that lists all the text on that shelf. While the subjects in the accumulated tablets covered a wide range, what was found indicates that particular attention was given to celestial information. Among the purely astronomical texts, there were tablets that belonged to a series entitled The Day
Did you
of
hear
Baal.
how hard I just threw that thing on the ground?
Baal. That's like the devil.
It's stoned. I just went to boop, and it bounced out of my hand and fucking hit the ground.
In addition, epic tales and mysteries pertaining to the gods' comings and goings were deemed important. Especially if they shed light on Nibiru's passages.
Not really. I'm glad I know, guy.
At least
it didn't break.
Creation that told how invading
I just threw that motherfucker on the fucking concrete.
Was copied, translated, and recopied, and so were writings dealing with the Great Flood, such as the Astrohensis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh. While they all seem to legitimately be a part of accumulating knowledge in the royal library, it so happens that they all dealt with instances of Nibiru's appearances in the past, and thus in its next nearing. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk. Upon its appearance, Shupae, rising 30 degrees. Sag-me-nig. When its sound stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. And so again, there's something from the text, and it says planet of the god Marduk. There's that reference to Marduk again.
Yep, they've changed it again, haven't they? Get here there,
so we'll stop right there, but you see how he's making this connection that, you know, these ancient stuff about Jesus and the return of Jesus is actually all code for the returning of Nibiru and the returning of I think it's more has to do with the return of Marduk, and Marduk setting himself up as, you know,
it's the bloodline and the planet change.
The
what do you think?
God,
yeah, this guy's read all this shit to us. He still doesn't get it.
They all really were saying it's about Marduk worship, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting stuff nonetheless. But we're going to leave it there for tonight, and we'll pick back up there Monday on the show. Don't forget, I also do a Sunday night music show. It'll be coming up around 11 p.m. Central Standard Time Sunday night, so you'll join me over there for that. It's always a lot of fun. BeagleMorality.com is my website. We have a chipping banner up there. That's how you support our work. There's a donate button if you want to help us out. We're still looking to have a budget, looking for people to come on and be co-producers for the Rockwall film. And we need some cash ASAP to get that going. And now that we've got a possible bid side going, it's going to be looking good, especially with the info I have. So just please support our work if you can, folks. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time. You guys have a good weekend. Take care.
Okay, I'm missing the phone. But, oh, fuck!
The main outpost of the Anunnaki was situated a few miles inland at a site now known as Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku. We're here at Tiwanaku. We're going to see if there's some kind of landing time.
God!
I'm sorry,
Damn!
it's too big. I'm a fan of children's. I'm not Evan's awesome, but some kind of. I can't resist it. It's just too many imitates. It's too much fun. Especially because I've seen all these videos and he's talking about these places. Tiwanaku, and there just has to be one explanation, and it can only be aliens. One of the first European explorers to reach it in modern times, George Squire, described the place in his book Peru Illustrated as the Baalbek of the New World, a comparison more valid than he realized. The next main modern explorer of Tiwanaku, Arthur Posanowski, who wrote Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man, reached astounding conclusions regarding the site's age. The principal above-ground structures in Tiwanaku, there are numerous subterranean ones, and include the Akapana, an artificial hill riddled with channels, conduits, and slices whose purpose is discussed in the Lost Realm. Wow. Tiwanaku, huh? I need to look into Tiwanaku because that sounds, goddamn, that sounds like the rock wall. Above ground and underground structures, subterranean tunnels. I just found out that there's a subterranean tunnel that goes from downtown Rockwell, where the old courthouse is, all the way to the river, to the Trinity River, which is, oh God, that's probably a good, 7 or 8 miles away. So my question is, why would somebody, that lends a lot of credence to the thing that people were saying that the wall was used to hide from, these giants. And that would make sense if you had, an underground enclosed tunnel that went all the way to the river to the water supply that was away from where your habitation was, so that you could get to the water supply and get the water back to where you were living without being seen by something. What would you need to avoid being seen by? So that just kind of set off a red flag when I was reading it. An artificial hill with channels, conduits, and stuff. That sounds just like the rock wall. A tourist favorite is a stone gateway known as the Gate of the Sun. Right, they associate the Gate of the Sun with Viracocha. And Viracocha is the same as Quetzalcoatl or Enki or anything else. And that's what the Gate of the Sun is. A prominent structure that was also cut from a single boulder with some of the precision exhibited at Pumapunku. It probably served an astronomical purpose and undoubtedly a calligraphical one. As the carved images on the archway indicate, those carvings are dominated by the larger image of the god Viracocha holding the lightning weapon that clearly emulated the Near Eastern Adad Teshub. And indeed, in the Lost Realms, I suggested that he was Adad Teshub. The Gate of the Sun is also positioned that it forms an astronomical observation unit with a third prominent structure at Tiwanaku called the Kalakasaya. It's a large rectangular structure with a sunken central courtyard and is surrounded by standing stone pillars. Posanti's suggestion that the Kalakasaya served as an observatory has been confirmed by subsequent explorers. His conclusion, based on Sir Norman Lockyear's archaeoastronomy guidelines that showed the astronomical alignments of the Castle Saya, showed that it was built thousands of years before the Incas and was so incredible that German astronomical institutions sent teams of scientists to check it out. Their report and subsequent additional verifications affirm that the Calisaya's orientation unquestionably matched the Earth's obliquity either in 10,000 BC or 4,000 BCE. Either date I wrote in the Lost Realms was fine with me, the earlier, soon after the deluge, when the goal of Kenny's operations there, or the later date when I knew visited. Both dates matched the activities of the Anunnaki there, and the evidence for the presence of animal-like gods is all over the place. Archaeological, geological, and mineralogical research at the site and in the area confirmed that Tiwanaku also served as a metallurgical center. Based on various finds and images on the Gate of the Sun and their similarity to depictions in ancient Hittite sites in Turkey, I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were then supervised. That's interesting. They were mining tin, because again, that's what was that wheel that was found in the wall. It was this, it was a smelting wheel made of tin, and iron, and a bunch of different things. Metallurgy. It's like 7,000 years old. I just see more and more of these. It's every time I see these, a lot of these specials or there's a group of children from Tiwanaku here, or something like that. I mean, every time I see one of those videos or watch, one of those shows where they're talking about these sites, I just scream at TV going, look, the rock wall has all of these. So I have a feeling that when I'm able to show in the documentary film these correlations between the rock wall and these ancient sites that Tiwanaku and others, I think that's going to be a game changer. I think that's going to propel this information into the mainstream community in a major way. I think it's going to break it up because, as I said, there's similarity after similarity to these ancient sites that we find in rock wall. We should want the fact that it's an ancient site is as important as any of these other ones. Of course, we're talking about religious people who are paranoid. They're afraid so digging up these ancient giant, burial grounds that everybody's getting terrorists with. Oh man. I have suggested that the gold and attainment operations were supervised by Ishtar, a dad, and Emil's youngest son, whose domain in the old world was Anatolia, and he was worshipped by the Hittites as Titan, the weather god, whose symbol was a lightning rod. It's a huge symbol in the old is carved on the Cincinnati tribe, can be seen from the air or from out in the ocean in the bay of Caracas, Peru, a natural harbor downhill from Tiwanaku. Nicknamed the Candelabra, the symbol is 420 feet long and 230 feet wide, and its lines, which are 5 to 15 feet wide, have been etched into the hard rock to a depth of about 2 feet. No one knows by whom or how, unless it was a dad himself who wanted to declare his presence. To the north of the bay, inland in the desert between Gino and North rivers, explorers have found one of the most puzzling riddles of antiquity, the so-called Nazca Line. Called by some the world's largest artworks, a vast area from 200 square miles, that extends eastward from Tampa, the flat desert, to the rugged mountains. It is used by someone as a canvas to draw clear divinity. The drawings are so huge that they make no sense at the ground level, but when viewed from the air, clearly represent known and imaginary animals and birds. The drawings are made by removing the topsoil to a depth of several inches, and is executed using universal line, a continuous line that curves and twists without crossing over itself. Computer guided lasers from the air. Anyone flying over that area, there are small planes that serve the tourist there, invariably concludes that someone airborne had used a soil blasting device to doodle on the ground below. Directly relevant to the subject of the departure, however, is another even more puzzling feature of the Nazca lines. Actual lines that look like a wide runway. Straight, without fault, these flat stretches, sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, sometimes short, sometimes long, run straight over hills and vales, no matter how the shape of the terrain. There are some 740 straight lines, sometimes combined with the triangular trapezoids. They frequently crisscross each other without rhyme or reason, sometimes running over the animal drawings, revealing that the lines were made at different times. Various attempts to resolve the mystery of the lines, including those by the late Maria Wright, who made her lifelong project, failed whenever an explanation was sought in terms of it was done by native Peruvians, people of Nazca culture or of Paracas civilization of the lights. Studies, including some of the National Geographic Society, aimed at uncovering astronomical orientations for the lines, alignments with solstices, equinoxes, this or that, star led nowhere. For those who rule out the ancient astronaut solution, the enigma remains unsolved. You know, so they made the animal drawings first because there was a good spot. There was lots of gold there. It was a good place to land. They made that spot, made all the animal things there so people would recognize when they actually there and land there. And then later they built, that's when they deemed it an official spaceport and they built the runways and all that. I mean, that's what the texts say. Well, the water lines look like the airport runways on which real aircraft roll to take off or to land. This is not the case here. Only because the lines are not horizontally level. They run straight over uneven territory, ignoring hills, ravines, and gullies. Indeed, rather than being there to enable takeoff, they appear to be the result of takeoffs by craft taking off and leveling and leaving on the ground below lines created by their engine's exhaust. That the celestial, no, I don't believe that. I believe what it is that we're thinking of the Anunnaki are coming down in planes like ours, landing on a fucking aircraft carrier. Because we're thinking of things about in terms of our technology. The reason the lines go over gullies and they're straight, but the reason they go over rough terrain is because the lines are only there. You're talking about like traffic control. A plane, or I mean a ship that's hovering, it has no need. Have you ever seen how like the Klingon bird of prey lands? It just comes in and just lands like a Harrier. Just a soft, nice landing. It's got legs that come out and it can land on rock of any terrain. Well, that's the same thing here. So the fact that the terrain was unlevel is because it was, obviously there were so many ships coming in. That tells you the scale of the operations, that they were indeed shipping gold or whatever else out. The scale of operations was so big. They had an open spaceport going, and they were just, pouring out gold by the tons out of this thing. This, I suggest, is the solution of the puzzle of the Nazca lines. Nazca was the last spaceport of the Anunnaki. It served them after the one in the Sinai was destroyed, and it served them for the final departure. There are no eyewitness report texts regarding airborne aircraft and flights in NASA. There are, as we have shown, texts for Haran in Babylon regarding the flights that undoubtedly used the landing place in Lebanon. The eyewitness reports relating to those departure flights in Anunnaki craft include the testimony of the prophet Ezekiel and the inscription of the Anaduki and the Nabunaid. The inevitable conclusion must be that from at least 610 BCE through probably 560 BCE, the Anunnaki gods were methodically leaving planet Earth. Where did they go as they lifted off from Earth? It had to be, of course, a place from which Sin could return relatively soon once he changed his mind. The place was the good old way station on Mars, from which the long-distance spaceships raced to intercept and land on the orbiting Nibiru. As detailed in the 12th planet, familiar knowledge of our solar system, including references to the use of Mars by the Anunnaki as a way station, is evidenced by a remarkable depiction of a 4,500-year-old cylinder seal now in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia. It shows an astronaut on Mars, the 6th planet, communicating with one on Earth, the 7th planet, counting from the outside in. With a spacecraft in the heavens between them, benefiting from Mars' lower gravity compared to that of Earth, the Anunnaki had found it easier and more logical to first transport themselves and their cargoes in shuttlecraft from Earth to Mars, and there transfer to reach Nibiru and vice versa. In 1976, when all that was first presented in the 12th planet, Mars was still held to be an airless, waterless, lifeless, hostile planet, and the suggestion that a space base had once existed there seemed by establishment scholars even far out than the notion of ancient astronauts. By the time Genesis Revision was published in 1990, there were enough of NASA's own findings and photographs from Mars to fill up a whole chapter titled "A Space Base on Mars." The evidence showed that Mars once had water and included photographs of walled structures, roads, and a hub-like compound, as well as the famous space. Well, that's always interesting to me, that the space is located on 30 degree parallel, or a place known as Cydonia, where there's also pyramids. And then when they came to Earth, where did they land? And where did they set up the first habitation on Earth? In Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq, that they called at that time You guessed it, Cydonia. That's what Mesopotamia was first called. It was called Cydonia. And it was smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel as well. So I've never thought it was a coincidence that, it just, they just happened to land where all the, gold and oil and resources were. That was not an accident. Both the United States and the Soviet Union have made great efforts to reach and explore Mars with unmanned spacecraft, and like other space endeavors, the missions to Mars, since augmented by the European Union, have met with unusual, troubling, and puzzling high rates of failure, including bewildering, unexplained disappearance of spacecraft. Yeah, there's one where it was some kind of a Russian probe or something. I've seen video of it. And you can literally see the shadow of some kind of big-ass ship come in right as the video goes off and they lose contact.
As you can tell, it's about time to quit. My back's talking about. Have a seat, motherfucker.
From Mars, a lot of them never.
Oh man! Hi, Melissa. How you doing?
That's where the council is on Mars, and people believe.
There's somebody else in here too. Turn my stuff.
I don't know if that's true.
Janelle, hi. How are you?
It says, due to persistent efforts, enough U.S., Soviet, and European unmanned spacecraft have managed to explore Mars in the last 2 decades. Now, the scientific journals of the same Downey Thomases of the 1970s have been filled with reports, studies, and photographs announcing that Mars did have a sizable and still has a thin atmosphere, that it once had rivers, lakes, and oceans, and still has water. At some places, just below the surface, and in some cases, it's even visible in small frozen lakes. As a medley of headline shows, in 2005, NASA's Mars rover sent back chemical and photographic evidence backing these conclusions. Together with some of the rover's amazing photographs showing structural remains like a sand-covered wall with distinct right-angled corners, they should surface here to make the point. Mars could and did serve as a way station for the Anunnaki. It was the first close.
Been taking it slow, but not slow enough.
Who else left?
I just made a bacon and egg, wake and bake 3-hole, and green eggs and ham, wake and bake 3-hole.
Chapter 13 right there.
Pollyanna asked me if I'd make her breakfast, and I made some wake and bake pipes. Haven't made any of those for a while.
Recollection of landmark events in its past, legends or myths.
So how is everybody this morning? I'm about to lay down. I wrestled my tank out of my car today. That's about all I could do. I came down here. I should have stayed upstairs. Holy fuck. I got some stuff done today, though. More than I got done yesterday and the day before. Rainy day, huh?
A particular interest to us are
that was a beautiful day here.
Memories.
Nice evening. It's not cold.
Where the departures had actually taken place. We've already covered the evidence from the ancient Near East.
I just can't
fucking breathe. It also
comes
from the Americans.
Still,
both in the light and into
I think this might be a new normal. I need to take some time off.
Viracocha, the creator of all. The Aymara natives.
Although I'm working so slow because I can only fucking stand to do 2 pipes at a time, and I'm all like,
a golden wand with which to find the right place to establish Cusco, the eventual Incan capital, the site for the observatory of Machu Picchu, and other sacred sites.
Getting old.
And then, having done all that, he left. The
getting old.
Square zero.
It ain't the oldest. I got beat up. Now I'm getting old. My beat ups are getting old.
We have identified the god of Tiwanaku as Teshu, a dad of the Hittite Sumerian pantheon.
I said too many ladies running red lights thinking about what they're going to cook for dinner.
We have identified him as Enki's son, Thoth, of the Egyptian pantheon.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
And as the one who
I just know who hits me consistently. It hurts me a lot with the vehicle. The only guy that ever hit me He hit me at 65 and it didn't hurt. He was trying to kill me.
And the simultaneous rise of the native Mayans circa 600 to 500 BCE.
Oh.
The dominant legend in Mesoamerica
That's
was
the funny
his
thing.
promise when he departed to return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. The anniversary of his secret number 52. I wonder what that means. Somebody write that down, please. Just do some digging into that. Does anybody want to take that on? Really interesting.
Well,
So,
you just read the
was supposed to
Pantheon.
return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. And so it was by the middle of the first millennium BCE in one part of the world that remember that mankind found himself without its long worship God. And before long, the question which has been asked by my readers began to preoccupy mankind.
They never left.
Like a family suddenly abandoned by its father, mankind grasped for the hope of a return. Then, like an orphan needing help, mankind cast about for a savior. The prophets promised it will surely happen at the end of days.
It did in the Lamentations.
At the peak of their presence, the Anunnaki numbered 600
what's
on
your
Earth.
name?
Plus another 300 Agigi based on Mars. Their number was falling after the deluge, especially after Anu's visit circa 4000 BCE. Of the gods named in the early Sumerian texts and in long god lists, few remained as the millennia followed each other. Most returned to their home planet. Some, in spite of their wanted immortality, died on Earth. Well, that's there you go.
So man, keep going. They ain't all dead.
We can mention the defeated Zu and Set, the dismembered Osiris, the drowned Dumuzi, the nuclear afflicted Bao, the departures of the Anunnaki gods as Nibiru's return loomed, or the dramatic finale. The awesome times when the gods resided in sacred precincts in the people's cities, when a pharaoh claimed that a god was riding along in his chariot, when an Assyrian king boasted of help from the skies. Those days were over and gone.
For what, 50
Already
years?
In the days
for
of the
50
prophet
years,
Jeremiah,
and then they came back.
The nations surrounding Judea were mocked, worshiping not a living God,
for 50 years,
but idols made by craftsmen in stone, wood, and metal. Gods who needed to be carried, but could not walk.
They were like, fuck,
With the final departure taking place,
we're out
two
early.
of the great Anunnaki gods remained on Earth. To judge by who was mentioned in the text,
because Marduk already pissed on everybody.
We can certain only of Marduk and Nabu, of the Infiites, and of the Enlilites, Nanar-Sin, and his spouse Mingle, and his aide Nuku.
And they hung out, the Igigi hung out, because they were not allowed back on Nabu.
Now just one sole great god of heaven and earth. Marduk for the Infiites, and Nanar-Sin for the Enlilites. That's where you get.
There's the bloodline, the eagle and the snake.
Goddess worship versus God worship, so Mary versus.
And it's on everyone's flag today.
Or Diana, or any of those.
There's the Roman Catholic fucking
people. Collectively circumcised. He was chosen by sin and his culture sinner Haran.
And it has been eating
required the consent and blessing of Marduk in Babylon.
Since St. Patrick murdered all the damn
before the name Naib. This divine
snakes
code
off
might have been an attempt at dual monotheism. To coin an
there
expression,
weren't no snakes in
its
Ireland.
Unintended consequence was to
there were
plant
druids,
the
though,
of
the snake knowledge.
The historical record indicates that neither God or people were happy with these arrangements. Sin, whose temple in Haran was restored, demanded that his great ziggurat temple in Ur should also be rebuilt and become the center of worship. And in Babylon, the priests of Marduk were up in arms. A tablet now in the British Museum is inscribed with a text that scholars have titled Nebuchadnezzar and the Clergy of Babylon. It contains a list
Hey there, Brad, how the fuck are you?
Against
welcome to my channel, motherfucker.
Ran from civil matters, law and order are not promulgated by him through neglect of the economy.
Done.
The farmers are corrupted, the traders' roads are blocked, the lack of public
turning off my oxygen.
Nobles are killed.
I'm gonna blow up
serious charges, religious sacrilege. he made an image of a god which nobody had seen before in the land. He placed it in the temple, raised it upon a pedestal. He called it by the name of Nanar. With lapis lazuli he adorned it, crowned it with a tiara in the shape of an eclipsed moon, and made for its hand the gesture of a demon. Was the accusations continued a strange statue of a demon?
Yeah, I've been blown for about 5 hours. Try to take it easy. Tonight I got done as much as I did yesterday and the day before. My back's fucking fucking screaming at me though. I'll be back. I gotta turn off my oxygen. Carry this shit upstairs.
An icon of utmost human knowledge could have named it. To make matters worse, two unusual beasts were sculpted as its guardians. One a deluge demon, and the other a wild bull. Yeah, Baal. Then the king took this abomination and placed it in Marduk's Isail temple. Even more offending was Nebuchadnezzar's announcement that henceforth the Akitu festival, during which the near-death resurrection, exile, and final triumph of Marduk were reenacted, would no longer be celebrated. Declaring that Nebuchadnezzar's protected god became hostile to him and that the former favorite of the gods was now fated to misfortune, the Babylonian priests forced Nebuchadnezzar to leave Babylon and go into exile in a distant region. This is a historical fact that Nebuchadnezzar indeed left Babylon, named for his sons Belshazzar, Uzzur, the Belshazzar of the biblical book of Daniel, as regents. The distant region to which Nebuchadnezzar went in self-exile was Arabia. As various inscriptions attest, his entourage included Jews from among the Judean exiles in the Haran region. Its principal base was at a place called Tima, a caravan center in what is now northwestern Saudi Arabia that is mentioned several times in the Bible. Recent excavations there have uncovered cuneiform tablets attesting to Nebuchadnezzar's stay. He established 6 other settlements for his follows. 5 of the towns were listed 1,000 years later by Arabian writers as Jewish towns. Well, that's all the, yeah. To this day, all the heads of Saudi Arabia, all the princes and the kings, they're all Jewish bloodline. That came out a couple years ago. The Jewish angle in the Nebuchadnezzar tale has been reinforced by the fact that a fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls found at Qumran on the shores of the Dead Sea mentions Nebuchadnezzar and asserts that he was suffering in Tima from an unpleasant skin disease that was cured only after a Jew told him to give honor to the God Most High. All that has led to speculation that Nebuchadnezzar was contemplating monotheism. But to him, the God Most High was not the Judeans' Yahweh, but his benefactor, Nanar Sin, the moon god, whose crescent symbol has been adopted by Islam. And there is little doubt that its roots can be traced back to Nebuchadnezzar's stay in Arabia. Sin's whereabouts fade out of Mesopotamian records after the time of the Nebuchadnezzar. Texts discovered at Urgut, a Canaanite site on the Mediterranean coast in Syria, now called Ras Shamra, describe the moon god as retired with his spouse to an oasis at the confluence of 2 bodies of water near the cleft of the 2 seas. Ever wondering why the Sinai Peninsula was named in honor of Sin and its main central crossroads in honor of his spouse Nikal, the place is still called in Arabic Nikal, I surmise that the aged couple retired to somewhere on the shores of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Iliad. The Ugaritic text called the moon god El, a forerunner of Islam's Allah, and his moon crescent symbol crowns every Muslim mosque, and as a tradition demands, the mosques are flanked to this day by minarets that simulate multi-stage rocket ships ready to be launched. The last chapter in the Nebuchadnezzar saga was linked to the emergence of the scene of the ancient world of the Persians, a name given to a medley of peoples and states on the Iranian plateau that included the olden Sumerian Anshan and Elam and the land of the later Medes, who had a hand in the demise of Assyria. It was in the 6th century BCE that a tribe called Archaeans, by Greek historians who recorded their deeds, emerged from the northern outskirts of those territories, seized control, and unified them all to become a mighty new empire. Though deemed to racially be Indo-Europeans, their tribal name stemmed from that of their ancestor, Hokum Anish, which meant wise man in Semitic Hebrew. A fact that some attribute to the influence of Jewish exiles from the 10 tribes who had been relocated to that region by the Assyrians. Religiously, the Achaemenid Persians apparently adopted a Sumerian Akkadian pantheon akin to its Iranian Mitannian version, which was a step to the Indo-Aryan one of the Sanskrit Vedas, a mixture that is conveniently simplified by just stating that they believed in a God Most High, whom they called Ahura Mazda. In 560 BCE, the Achaemenid king died, and his son Kurash succeeded him on the throne and made his mark on the subsequent historic events. We call him Cyrus. The Bible called him Koresh and considered him Yahweh's emissary for conquering Babylon, overthrowing its king, and rebuilding the destroyed temple in Jerusalem. Though you knowest me not, I, Yahweh, the God of Israel, am thy caller who hath called you by name. I will help you though you don't recognize me, the biblical God stated through the prophet Isaiah. That end of Babylonian kingship was most dramatically foretold in the book of Daniel. One of the Judean exiles taken into Babylon, Daniel, was serving in the Babylonian court of Belshazzar, when during a royal banquet, a floating hand appeared and wrote upon the wall, Mene, Mene, Tekel Upsharan. Astounded and mystified, the king called his wizards and seers to decipher the inscription.
The writing is on the wall.
At a last resort, the exiled Daniel was called in. They told the king the inscription meaning. God has weighed Babylon and its king, and finding them wanting, numbered their days. They will meet their end by the hand of the Persians.
Oh dear. The writing.
In 539 BCE, Cyrus crossed the Tigris River into Babylonian territory, advanced on Sippar, where he intercepted a rushing back Nabonid, and then, claiming that Marduk himself had invited him, entered Babylon without a fight. Welcomed by the priests who considered him a savior from the heretic Nabonid and his disliked son Cyrus, grasped the hands of Marduk as a sign of homage to the god. But he also, in one of his very first proclamations, rescinded the exile of the Judeans, permitted the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem, and ordered the return of all the temple's ritual objects that were looted by Nebuchadnezzar. The returning exiles under the leadership of Ezra and Nehemiah.
I still got about 1,800 pounds.
Henceforth known as the second.
I'm going to get my collar tomorrow.
BCE, exactly as was prophesied.
Once in a while, I'm about squealing while I work, man. I'm fucking hurting.
Considered Cyrus an instrument of God's plans. And anointed of Yahweh.
I was doing better about 5 hours ago.
Religious amnesty.
I've been taking it slow, though. I got done
as to what Cyrus
about close to what I got the last 2 days done with.
He appears to have envisioned himself as a winged cherub. We're going to stop right there. And yeah, fascinating stuff there, especially getting into origins of that. They actually have a place in Saudi Arabia they call Inanna.
It's just too much weight for me to hold my arms out in front of me.
And they don't say, you know, this is where Inanna appeared.
Bacchiotomy fixed
stuff. Where she landed. As when she came to Earth, she landed in this spot. That's what the people in Saudi Arabia say, just like it's nothing but yet, you know, they'll cut your fucking head off for any other religion or claim you're doing witchcraft. It's just unbelievable to me. Cyrus, some historians attach the epithet the Great
I may wake up tomorrow and feel great.
Consolidated into a vast Persian empire, all the lands that had once been Sumir and Akkad, Mari and Mitanni, Haiti and Elam, Babylonia and Assyria, was left to his son Cambyses to extend the empire to Egypt. Egypt was just recovering from a period of disarray that some
beautiful night out,
intermediate period,
clear as a bell.
During which it was disunited, changed
Ryan's over here doing his little fucking
was ruled by invaders from Nubia and had no central authority at all.
Time to drive, huh? Have a good day, John. Drive safe, dude.
Priests uncertain who to worship, so much so that the leading cult was
Settle down,
the dead
Zach.
Osiris, the leading deity, the female Neith, whose title was Mother of God, and the principal cult object
give a quick
bull,
look at their
the sacred Apis
charts
bull,
before I go off.
For whom elaborate funerals were held.
Y'all just gonna have to wait a second.
Cambyses, too, like his father, was no religious zealot.
I'm packing
People worship as they please.
I'm packing a bowl.
Even according to an inscribed
and the shoes are coming off.
Museum, of course. Learned the secrets of
have yourself a good day, Paul.
Funeral of an Apis bull.
I'm still getting high before I go anywhere.
Way before Christianity.
Well, look at our maps.
Judaism, way for any stuff, right? And
feels good to sit on my little captain chair.
Worshiping the bull Baal thousands of years ago, and again, no. Where is that artifact now? Of course, it's in the Vatican Museum. Yeah, of course.
Of course.
So for those people out there that try to say that there's no connection to the Vatican and this, the ancient Sumerian stuff and the ancient societies that had to do the Anunnaki. Well, there's plenty to do with. Believe me, there's no coincidence why they hold those.
Fucking coincidence.
Those artifacts as being important. I mean, hell, if you've seen my reality illusion film on the Norway spiral, there's a news clip in there where they talk about a lot of the artifacts that were looted from the Baghdad Museum. Guess where they showed up at? They showed up at the Vatican. They showed up in Rome. Yeah, they just happened to they just conveniently found their way to the Vatican after being looted by special forces. Yeah.
What I heard.
You understand? It's a historical fact
Conveniently.
That the special forces to this day started with the Knights Templar. It's a fact. I didn't know that until 4 or 5 years ago. It's an absolute fact. I mean, this is admitted mainstream scholarly work that our modern day special forces originated from the Templar. These religious laissez-faire policies bought the Persians peace in their empire, but not forever. Unrest, uprisings, and rebellions kept breaking out almost everywhere. Especially troublesome were growing commercial, cultural, and religious ties between Egypt and Greece. Much information about that comes from the Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote extensively about Egypt after his visit there, circa 460 BCE, coinciding with the beginning of Greece's golden age.
Well,
the Persians could not be pleased with those ties, above all because Greek mercenaries were participating in the local uprisings. Of particular concern were also the provinces in Asia Minor, what is present-day Turkey, at the western tip of which Asia and the Persians faced Europe and the Greeks. There, Greek settlers were reviving and reinforcing olden settlements.
The fuck do they keep
the Persians,
cutting
on
out?
their part, sought to ward off the troublesome Europeans by seizing nearby Greek islands.
Every day.
The growing tensions broke into open warfare when the Persians invaded the Greek mainland and were beaten at Marathon in 490 BCE. A Persian invasion by sea was beaten off by the Greeks in the Straits of Salamis a decade later, but the skirmishes and battles for control of Asia Minor continued for another century. Even as in Persia, King, I just didn't. Some of the way that he words words sometimes, it just doesn't. It's not English. I don't think Zechariah can speak English very well. Even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians. Even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians, Spartans, and Macedonians fought one another for. It just drives me crazy.
King followed king.
Those words wrong.
In
those double struggles, one among the mainland Greeks, the other with Persians.
Zechariah is doing good. English is his third fucking language. You
can't
even read it, Zach.
No sooner did the Macedonians win the upper hand on the mainland than their king Philip II sent an armed corps over the Strait of Hellespont.
He worded that actually quite properly.
The loyalty of the Greek
it probably took him a week to get that right.
In 334 BCE, his successor Alexander heading an army of 15,000 strong.
Oh, Josh, you fucking getting them on it.
Place and launched a major war against the Persians.
God.
Alexander's outstanding victories and the resulting subjugation of the ancient East to Western Greek domination has been told and retold by historians, starting with some who had accompanied Alexander, and need no repetition here.
Oh no, she keeps introducing.
What does need to be described are the personal reasons for Alexander's foray into Asia and Africa.
Keep shaking.
For apart from all geopolitical or economic reasons,
she stops
for the Greek-Persian Great War,
climb over 5 again.
There was Alexander's own personal quest.
I wonder if
there had been persistent rumors in the Macedonian court that not King Philip, but a god, an Egyptian god, was Alexander's true father, having come to the queen Olympias disguised as a man.
Not a ringer.
With a Greek pantheon that derived from across the Mediterranean Sea and headed like the Sumerian 12 by 12 Olympians. And with tales of gods, myths that emulated the Near Eastern tales of the gods, the appearance of one such god in the Macedonian court was not deemed an impossibility. With court shenanigans that involved the young Egyptian mistress of the king and marital strife that included divorce and murders, the rumors were believed first and foremost by Alexander himself. A visit by Alexander to the oracle in Delphi to find out whether he was indeed the son of a god, and therefore immortal, only intensified the mystery. He was advised to seek an answer at an Egyptian sacred site. It was thus that as soon as the Persians were beaten in the first battle, Alexander, rather than pursuing them, left his main army and rushed to the oasis of Scylla in Egypt.
Because he wanted to meet Marduk. We'll pick up back here tomorrow. Y'all have a good evening. I am off to fight a pillow.